Night fell. Claire settled comfortably in her castle, preparing for dinner. But then Tom arrived and angrily attacked her, telling her loudly that Samantha had died because of her. The main character understood nothing. What had happened, why he was saying that. She asked Tom, not believing what she heard, what he meant if Samantha really died. Tom started yelling that it was all her husband Brooks Lawrence, and destroyed her entire Bronson family on charges of treason. But the worst thing is that he killed her. Samantha, his own wife. Claire was astonished, staring blankly with horror. And said what? The heroine burst into tears and collapsed on the floor, not understanding how Brooks could be so cruel. But suddenly, Tom told her abruptly and rudely that she should have died instead of Samantha, and reminded her that she had once rejected her marriage to Brooks Lawrence. Claire, with tears in her eyes, told him he was wrong, that she had only ever loved him and wanted to be his wife. That's why she left Brooks. The boy, with deep regret, told her that the lover's place in the Richard family does not belong to her and, in general, why should it be her? And then he grabbed her firmly by the shoulders and started shaking her, yelling that this was not her place. The heroine was suffering greatly. Her soul ached from the pain, and Tom squeezed her shoulders tightly. She asked him to stop, but he continued yelling that Samantha should have been standing in front of him now, not her. Fortunately, the maids arrived in time, and Claire was ripped from her husband's arms, while Tom's assistant tried to calm his master. The hero, stunned, grabbed his assistant. He had tears in his eyes. He just sighed heavily and said Samantha's name. Claire cried incessantly. Suddenly she realized that he only needed her. Samantha. She thought to herself that he wished she were here, and that she needed to die in her place. The heroine began to remember her half-sister Samantha, her stepmother's daughter, how smiling and beautiful she was. After all, even before marrying Tom Reacher, she suspected that he was not indifferent to her sister. But she always hoped it was a fleeting feeling. Claire could not calm down. She cried and kept saying that if she had known this would happen, she would have married Brooks Lawrence, and then Samantha would still be alive. The maids prepared a hot bath for the heroine with rose petals and brought her a bottle of wine. Claire sat in the tub and, looking at a glass of wine, she asked the maid where her husband Tom was now. The maid told her that he had gone to work, and that he would be very late. She asked to be left alone, and not to let anyone in. Tom took a glass of wine and thought about it, holding the glass in his hand. It took her a long time to decide to drink it, because it contained poison. She thought she could leave this world without remorse, because Tom already has another woman, very similar to her sister Samantha, and she will be able to comfort him. After taking a few sips, the protagonist lost consciousness, and the glass fell from her hands and shattered into pieces. Her last words were, "Tom, I will die just as you wanted." And suddenly it became night. But the girl heard someone's voice. He asked her to wake up. She opened her eyes frantically and did not understand what was happening. Claire looked around and tried to understand what kind of place this was. She did not die because she drank poison. Or maybe they found her so quickly. A maid was sitting next to her, and smiling she said, "Thank God you woke up, miss." But then Claire recognized her. It was Mia, and she asked what she was doing here. And then she realized she was in her room. But she didn't understand how it was possible, because 7 years ago, during a fire, nothing was left of the house. A man entered the room and told her how happy he was that she had finally woken up. Claire's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. After all, it was her father. He smiled at her and waited for her to approach him for a hug. But the heroine was very surprised by these events because her father had died a long time ago. Days passed, the weather was beautiful. The sun was shining brightly. Claire was having breakfast in her room and still couldn't figure out what could have happened. The girl got up and went to the mirror. Looking at herself, she thought she had returned to the past, that she had woken up at the time when she was 22 years old. She walked around the room and thought the Bronson family has not yet been destroyed. She is not yet married to Tom. And her sister is not yet married to Brooks Lawrence. The image of Brooks appeared in her head. And she thought that this time she must do everything differently. The heroine accepts Brooks' offer to marry him. And he thanks her for granting him such an honor. But the only thing she thinks about is that she will become Brooks' wife. Not Tom's, who will marry a man who will destroy her entire family. And kill her himself. Claire has already accepted her fate. As death awaits her, she will jump into the very center of events. And try to live at least a little better. At the Bronson mansion, Tom approached her during breakfast. She got up from the table. And told him not to think that after the engagement was canceled, they would remain friends. The boy fell silent. Claire said she was no longer his fiancée. Nor his lover, and certainly not his friend. Tom was stunned, looked her in the eyes. And asked her what she meant. And why she said that. The heroine simply lowered her head. And told him that he was now Samantha's fiancé. And asked him to behave appropriately. At least for his sake. The boy remained silent. Claire didn't seem angry at all. The first thing she did after coming back to life. The protagonist broke off her engagement with Tom. And surprisingly, it was very simple. But a scoundrel brought her so much suffering. They sat at a table, and Claire told him she hoped he wouldn't see her again for personal reasons. Tom couldn't believe it and asked her why she decided that. But the main character remained silent. And looked at the boy sadly. He banged his fist on the table. And angrily asked if it was true that she had agreed to marry Lawrence. And asked her what the reason was. If he really forced her. Claire sighed deeply. And said that it had nothing to do with Brooks. But Tom still didn't give up. He couldn't understand what the reason was. Because she didn't dream of this. But she always wanted a truly loving family. And told him that happiness couldn't be found in a marriage of convenience. The girl looked sadly at the boy. And told him that he knew what she was dreaming of. But that he still loved her sister. Then Claire gathered her courage. And told him she didn't want to see him anymore. And that their relationship was over. But Tom didn't like it, told her to think again. Because a political marriage means there will be no love. And he really doesn't want her to go through that. Claire just told him mockingly that love is not her priority now. And that she is not getting any younger. That it is better to hurry up and get married. Otherwise, who will give her this love? Really, Tom? The boy couldn't answer. A dead silence fell in the room. The heroine thought that even if she had 100 lives, she wouldn't have married him. Finally, he broke the silence. And asked for her hand, saying he would break his engagement with Samantha. And they would get married. This surprised the heroine. And just as she wanted to tell him he was crazy, someone entered the room. It was Brooks Lawrence. He stood at the door and smiled. They turned to him, and he said what an awkward situation. Claire and Tom looked at him in surprise. And she could only say his name without believing what she saw. But Tom decided to tell him how he dared to come here. To this, Brooks only replied with a smile that he had come here to visit his fiancée. And that he was not going to ask his permission for such a thing. He presented the heroine with a beautiful bouquet of roses. To which she thanked him. And told him she was very surprised by his arrival. And why he hadn't even notified her. Brooks only replied sarcastically that he himself was very surprised because they had already agreed to get engaged. And he didn't believe he needed permission from her ex to visit her. Tom was very angry with him. But Brooks decided to drive him away with his magic. And said goodbye to him, finally telling him that he and his fiancée had a lot to discuss. There was a bright flash. Everything in the room lit up. And with a wave of his hand, Brooks made Tom disappear. Claire was astonished and asked her fiancé where he had taken him. And what had become of him. He laughed and told her not to worry. Because Tom is a skilled gentleman. He will return without any problems. He sent him to a picturesque place to cool off a bit. The girl was impressed by his skills, and she asked the Marquis if it was teleportation, and told him he was very good at magic. He said it was a simple spell, and asked her to call him by his first name. Brooks. After all, she calls her ex by his first name, and him by his last name, and this greatly annoys him. Claire told him that Tom was just a childhood friend. And that's all. Brooks told her to call him Sir Reacher, or Prince Reacher, and asked her why her ex-fiancé had come to her. She told him that Tom felt responsible to her for the cancellation of the engagement, and that he was afraid I would suffer in a political marriage. Brooks asked her if it wasn't her fault. She said yes, that he liked her sister, and that's why he broke off the engagement. The heroine kept wondering where Tom was now. What was wrong with him, how he was. At that moment, Tom found himself in some kind of forest unknown to him. It was very quiet, only from afar could he hear the owls hooting and whistling. He walked along the path, not understanding where he was, and cursing Lawrence. And then a huge green predator with large sharp fangs stealthily approached him from behind and growled. Tom was startled by the surprise and slowly turned towards the predator, preparing his sword to plunge it into him in case of an attack. As soon as he turned, the beast growled and leaped towards him. The hero managed to raise his sword and stabbed it right in the neck. Tom sat directly on top of the beast and opened the navigation artifact to find his location. He carefully studied the map and realized he was on Devil's Mountain. The hero clenched his teeth and said Brooks Lawrence's name. He remembered that this mountain had been declared forbidden by the royal family, and that this place was a haven for monsters, where no human had set foot for 4 years. 3 weeks later, Brooks Lawrence and Claire Bronson got married. It was a luxurious celebration. Many guests arrived. Claire was radiant. She looked very beautiful in that pink dress and white. She told herself, finally she will marry Lawrence. The maids hovered around the bride, adjusting her hair and makeup, because the celebration was about to begin. Someone entered the room and asked if the bride was ready. Claire stood with her back turned and saw her stepmother. Her half-sister Samantha also came with her mother. The stepmother did not congratulate Claire, only emphasized how much influence Marquis Lawrence had, that the proposal only took 3 weeks, and that such a magnificent wedding was already ready. But Samantha decided to congratulate her sister and wished her a happy marriage and a long life. Claire thanked her and asked about her wedding with Tom, if they were expecting her next year, and said that she was unlikely to be able to attend. Samantha told her that there was nothing wrong with that she would already have a lot to do and had no time to celebrate. After a brief silence, Samantha asked her about Tom, if he had contacted her. The girl was surprised that he still hadn't returned from the mountain, and told her sister that she hadn't communicated with her. Samantha said that he sent her a message telling her he would stay for a while, but that he didn't understand why he should train because it was very dangerous in those mountains. Claire replied sympathetically that she didn't know. So don't tell him that Brooks sent him there. The wedding celebration begins. Everything is decorated with flowers and colored flags. Fireworks are set off. The bride approached the altar where the groom was waiting for her. The priest began to read a prayer. The bride and groom stood up and listened to him. Here the priest asked the bride if she swears eternal love to the groom. Claire looked at her fiancé, and he smiled back at her. She lowered her head and sighed softly. Then she looked at him again and said she swears. The priest said that the groom can now kiss his bride. They said goodbye to the guests and left on the ship to spend their honeymoon. At night, Claire sat on the terrace dressed only in a gown and looked sadly at the water. Then Brooke approached her from behind and carefully threw his jacket over her. She thanked him for his concern. He told her there was no need to thank him, because she was his wife now, and said she was no longer Claire Bronson, but Madame Claire Lawrence. The girl became shy and only timidly said she wasn't used to it yet. Suddenly, she remembered that her ex-fiancé, Tom, never called her Madame Crawford. As if he didn't consider her his wife at all. He only called her Claire Bronson. Suddenly, Brooks asked her why she didn't become a duchess. The girl looked at him surprised and said that this didn't suit her, that she wasn't very good at small talk. He asked her what she was dreaming of then. After thinking for a while, the girl replied that she wanted a loving family after seeing her parents' marriage, in which there was not a drop of happiness. She also said that she always dreamed of marrying her loved one, starting a family, having children, and living a normal life. The boy listened to her and said he knew how hard it was for people in their position to achieve it. The heroine agreed with him. She said that's why she gave up, and that her dreams no longer exist. But her heart is calmer, and asked him what he dreams of. He thought for a while and said he dreams of absolute power, so that no one is an obstacle to him. And this goal is more important to him than thousands of lives. Claire was paralyzed with amazement, but it turned out he was only joking, and said he wanted to enjoy family life. The girl smiled and reassured him, telling him that his dream would soon come true. The heroine thought about her fiancé. Here is Brooks Lawrence, who destroyed the Bronson family, one of the two great ducal families, being the illegitimate son of the past emperor. He received the title of Archduke. And when his dream comes true, she will already be dead. Suddenly, Brooks asked her what she thought if they had a good honeymoon. The girl didn't answer, and he continued putting his hand on his heart and telling her that even if he didn't give her love, he would cherish her as much as possible. She said she believed him that he would not give her love. She looked into his eyes, and they merged in a kiss. During the kiss, she thought to herself and prayed that he wouldn't love her because she no longer wanted to trust anything unreliable. Tom appeared outside the Bronson Duchy Palace with a sword in hand, clothes dirty and torn. The people around him started whispering about him, wondering what could have happened to him. As soon as he approached the palace, the guards approached him and told him to leave here quickly, to which the hero told him to say that Tom Crawford had returned. Meanwhile, rumors have already reached the Lawrence estate that Tom has returned. Mason Dose, Brooks' former servant, confirmed it. Brooks said annoyedly that he returned quite quickly. They should have thrown him further away. Then he ordered his servant to make sure Claire didn't find out anything. The servant dared to note that the master worried a lot about Miss Claire. Brooks looked sternly at the servant and told him not to dare speak like that again. Now she is his wife and also the owner of this estate. Mason apologized to the owner, but again wanted to say something about Miss Claire. But Brooks scolded him and told him to mind his own business. The servant left, leaving the master alone thinking about Tom Reacher. The next day, Brooks took Claire to his wonderful garden. The garden was simply magnificent. She was delighted. The boy looked at her and was proud that she was impressed. Then he asked her if she liked this magnificent garden with flowers. The girl replied that yes, she liked it, and said that the garden looked like a clearing with jewels. Brooks said he hadn't thought about the fact that she didn't like shiny things. That was his mistake. He should have asked her opinion first. She objected by saying yes. Of course, that the sparkle of the roses was a bit overwhelming, but that she didn't hate them and that the gardener probably tried very hard. The boy laughed and said that this was just his little hobby, because with magic it became easier and easier. The heroine was surprised that such a garden could be created with the help of magic. He told her that, with the help of magic, you can do anything. Magic can make dreams come true, or attack someone. It all depends on the wish of the sorcerer. Claire was very impressed and listened to him with interest. Then, the boy asked her if she wanted him to teach her magic. She was surprised and said it wasn't worth teaching her, that she couldn't use it. The protagonist recounted how, for a long time, she tried to use magic when she was a child. And no matter how much money and time she spent on it, it was all in vain. She has no talent. Claire looked at Brooks again and told him she didn't think she could learn. He told her that a person can never be sure of what they are capable of, and that she shouldn't worry, because her teacher is the best magician in the world. The girl laughed and promised she would think about his proposal. It was getting dark, and the sky was enveloped in a fiery sunset, creating soft shades of orange, pink and purple. Brooks led his wife to a luxurious room, and bright with a large bed, and soft, and told her that this was his bedroom. She looked around the bedroom and saw a portal. Brooks told her she could use it whenever she wanted since it was on the 4th floor. Claire was surprised that such a portal existed in the mansion, and noted how convenient it was. But he just laughed and asked her what she expected from a wizard's property. When the girl approached the bed, she noticed there was only one bed, and asked where her bedroom was. Brooks, annoyed, asked her if she didn't want to share a room with him. She lowered her head and said she didn't mind. But suddenly, she remembered how she lived with Tom. They had separate rooms, and she always thought that was normal. The boy asked her again if she didn't mind them sleeping in the same bed. She replied that she didn't mind. The heroine had sadness in her eyes. She understood that married couples sleep in the same bed, and this is quite normal. Then she decided to ask him about children if he wanted them soon, since she, of course, was not going to avoid marital responsibilities. But she didn't want to rush into children yet. Brooks agreed with her that it was too early for that. Closing her eyes, she said she would take birth control pills later. But the guy was against it. He said it wasn't necessary, that pills have a side effect and, anyway, this is a political marriage, so there is no need to rush. Brooks told her to take care of her health first, and avoid anything that could harm it. The girl was very impressed by these words. She couldn't believe it, but agreed with him, and promised him. The boy looked at her with a kind of longing, and his eyes filled with tears. Before Claire returned to the past when she died, they told Brooks. They informed him that she had died of a heart attack, and that shortly before her death, she had been using silverbell extract to lower her blood pressure. Brooks' loyal maid told the master that the problem was with the birth control pills. The combination of medications had a side effect. Brooks closed his eyes. He didn't want to believe it and was thinking about it. But the maid continued to tell him that almost no one knew that she was very worried. And he regretted this accident. The owner asked him again if he really thought it was an accident. It couldn't be an accident. The servant Mason didn't understand what the owner meant by this. Brooks said that before marrying. Claire's mother's name was Annie Waldorf, and she was from Dobes and died anyway of a heart attack caused by a silver bell. So Mason realized what he meant by this. Claire Brunson decided to leave just like her mother. The hero took his jacket and headed for the exit, and said that he was very lucky that she chose this particular method of suicide, that we have to take her body. The servant asked him if he was sure Tom would hand over his body so easily. He turned to him and told him that he would get her out of there at any cost, and left. Claire lay in a coffin covered with white lilies. Tom stood beside her and wept, begging her to wake up and not leave him. Then Brooks appeared and told him that he had always neglected her before, because he didn't care about her as much before. When it wasn't too late yet, Brooks approached the coffin with Tom, and his servants kneeling, and said her name. Tom's anger erupted, and he drew his sword to stab him. Brooks also prepared his sword, and stood up to defend himself. Tom shouted that he was involved in the destruction of his family, and ran towards him to run his sword through him. But he couldn't do it. Some kind of shield-shaped magic protected Brooks, and there was a bright blue light in the room. Tom was furious. He couldn't believe what happened to the sword. The magician just told him with a smile that he wouldn't leave here without her body. Tom still didn't give up. He told him not to talk nonsense, that the Richard family would not stand aside, and would not let him dare lay a finger on her. Brooks told him that it wouldn't matter, that whatever they did. He regretted what happened. He had no other choice. As soon as he snapped his fingers, the coffin rose into the air. Tom and the servants feared what this sorcerer was doing. Tom turned to Brooks and shouted at him to leave her to ER, that he couldn't dare to take her from him. The magician turned to him and told him he should have thought about this earlier. A portal appeared in the room, where Brooks directed the coffin, and disappeared at that very moment. It is already past midnight, the moon shines brightly, and its light reflects in the room. Brooks and Claire sleep in the same bed, with their backs to each other. But the girl isn't sleeping, she can't fall asleep. She opens her eyes and wonders if her husband is sleeping now. She has never shared a bed with anyone before, and she cannot breathe deeply because she is afraid he will hear her. Claire kept thinking and remembering that in her past life, she had never spent the night with Tom, even though they were lovers, and even got married. As soon as she closed her eyes, Brooks looked at her and thought about how difficult it must be for her to fall asleep. Claire finally fell asleep, and Brooks decided to get out of bed and headed towards the door. Dungeon, someone asked for help from the dungeon and groaned. A chained man was sitting there, dirty, exhausted, and covered in blood. The door creaked. The man raised his head, and it was hard for him to say who was there. A man, apparently from a wealthy family, with black patent leather shoes, entered the dungeon and asked Count Angels if he remembered him. The man recognized him immediately. He barely looked at his face, said in surprise that it was him, Prince Brooks himself. The boy mockingly told him that it is very difficult to call an illegitimate son a prince. Then the guy introduced himself to the man and told him that he was Brooks Lawrence. The man couldn't believe it, it was really true. He was a marquis. Brooks said that being a commoner by birth, he tried to win favor. He quickly gained fame and received the title of marquis. That's how Brooks Lawrence became what he is today. The man refused to believe it and told him it was absurd because the prince once sold him as a slave. The boy confirmed his words and added that the man who bought him was named Waldorf. The man couldn't believe it was Waldorf. And at that moment, someone entered the dungeon and stood in the doorway. The prisoner looked at the man standing at the door. Brooks asked him if he probably heard about them, because the clan leader can control the entire world with 3 fingers and has 35% of the underground capital in his hands. And this is his representative, Mason, said Brooks, pointing at the guy. The man lowered his head, annoyed, and asked if it was true that the Waldorfs were involved in this. Brooks told him the situation he was in now. The man began to deny and said he knew nothing, and that the Bronsons were to blame for everything. The hero laughed at him and said, since he says he knows nothing, from whom did the Empress receive information about the illegitimate son? Maybe from the Bronsons too. The prisoner did not know what to answer him. And then Brooks abruptly grabbed him by the hair and threatened him by saying that his patience was running out and that he shouldn't waste time. The hero continued to hold him by the hair. He raised his head and told him directly in the face that, since she secretly supported the second prince, the first prince and the Bronsons decided to do everything silently. But then she found out about the illegitimate son. And who told her about this? Brooks asked him. The man fell silent, and then Brooks asked him where Catherine was. He turned his head, closed his eyes, and said that she was dead. And the hero got angry and punched the prisoner in the face with his fist. The man, choking on blood, told him that he only wanted to destroy Lorna out of jealousy. So he told the Empress, and if they kill him now, they will never know where Catherine is. Brooks, angry, told him to be more respectful and not to call his mother that. The prisoner began to shout desperately that he did not deserve such abuse and asked Brooks if he could have reached his current position if he hadn't sold him to the Waldorfs. The guy fell silent, but the man continued, told him that he was a marquis now, but that he could spend his whole life in the shadows, and that it would be better not to stick his head out one more time. If he acquired such status, then why is he behaving so vilely? Brooks asked him with a smile what was so good about the title of marquis, since that was not enough for him. The man looked at him questioningly and told him that they had looked down on him the whole time. That now he wants to repay the debt and become a duke, and added that this is not even the final goal. With such a title, he can enter the fight for the throne. And everything can turn out well for him if there is no direct descendant. The prisoner indignantly shouted that he was completely insane, that this was treason. And Brooks told him that this was just the legal order of succession to the throne. The servant Mason handed the sword to his master. Brooks took the sword and put it to the prisoner's throat, and told him he was giving him one last chance. He asked again where that traitor David was now. The prisoner fell silent, and then Brooks slightly cut his throat. But the blood immediately began to flow. And then the man spoke. He told the Marquis that he was already in Albra. He boarded a ship and headed for the port of Porcendo, and added that this is all he knows. Brooks gave the sword to Mason and ordered him to kill the prisoner. The man tried to stop him, but the Marquis had already left. The servant entered the master's room and told him that he had killed the prisoner, and that he thought the master himself would kill him. Brooks said he hates the smell of blood, and that his wife has an equally sharp sense of smell. Mason asked the master if it was true that he was going to take the throne. The hero replied that he was not sure yet. His whole life, he only tried to be better than others in the hope that this would at least fill his heart a little. Mason asked what the master would do if this didn't happen. He asked what would change if he took the throne. Brooks walked to the window and said that he would become the head of Waldorf, because that is what he wanted. But no one in this empire shared his opinion. Whether he became emperor or a tyrant, he would still be overthrown. The servant turned to the master. Brooks looked at him and said that he was not destined to find happiness, that nothing would really change if he became ruler, but that he wouldn't do anything. Otherwise, no one would notice that he existed. Mason asked if it would have been better for him if Waldorf hadn't saved him. Brooks replied no, if it weren't for him. They would have sold him to some pervert, and he would have died. He has no other way. Only a promise to Chloe that he clings to. Then, suddenly, the knight decided to ask the servant about information regarding Tom Reacher. Mason said that the duchy originally belonged to his mother, Charlotte Reacher, but after her death the title passed to her husband. Tom was 4 years old then. Mason handed the papers with the information to the knight, who began to study them carefully, and said that he didn't know everything about it. Brooks read and saw the photo. Tom Reacher has a younger brother. He is now 18 years old and is also not deprived of talent, so he can become the heir. The servant asked the master if he was thinking of changing the head of the Reacher family. He replied that he was thinking about it while flipping through newspapers. Suddenly, he saw a photograph of a girl who looked very much like his wife Claire. Mason said that this woman is Tom's mother. She is the former Duchess, and asked the knight if he noticed that she resembled Miss Claire. The knight objected, saying that his wife was 100 times more beautiful. Brooks, looking at the photograph, thought of Claire and realized that it was now clear to him why Tom Reacher was so attached to her. Gala Ball, the musician, plays the piano. All the guests at the evening gathering were dressed in beautiful and striking outfits, but among them, little Claire is sad, dressed in a simple gray dress. Someone called her. She turned around and saw Tom. He approached her and apologized for being late. Claire asked him if his dress seemed strange to her. It was the one she chose. Tom said she looked very good, and that modest clothes suited her well. The girl didn't reply anything. She looked around, and it seemed to her that all the people were whispering and laughing at her. She thought that despite everyone wearing fashionable dresses, she wanted to wear something simpler. She was embarrassed by the extra attention. But suddenly, the boy said that his mother liked such dresses because his family is about gentlemen. So he hates clothes with ruffles, and paying so much attention to appearance is a stupid idea. Claire told him that liking pretty things is not a bad thing. Tom told her that she was even more beautiful in simple clothes. The girl blushed with embarrassment. The boy smiled at her, saying it was true. and suddenly asked her if she could promise him that in the future she would only wear such things. She looked at him surprised, and he added that she shouldn't wear fancy dresses. Everything simple suits her better. Claire wanted to reply something, but she couldn't. She just thought she didn't hate luxury. She just didn't want unnecessary attention. Tom told her that she was even more beautiful and asked about the promise. And the girl promised him that in the future she would not wear fancy outfits. She was very happy about her promise. And then everything around her became not so bright, as if a cloud had hung over her head. Tom looked at her angrily and said that she had broken her promise. Claire didn't understand what was happening. What he meant. Tom grabbed her by the neck and began to strangle her. The boy was no longer in front of her. It was already an adult and strong Tom. He was strangling her and asking her why she married Lawrence, and said that luxury didn't suit her. Claire's tears streamed down. She couldn't stop Tom. He didn't listen to her, he just continued, saying that she promised and did not keep her word because he told her to only wear simple things. He continued to choke and shout at her. He said he only loved Samantha, but that he married Claire because of her stubbornness. And now she dared to leave him and marry someone else. His voice echoed through the room. He told her she couldn't do this and promised to make her miserable. Suddenly, he changed his voice and started yelling at her, "Come back. Come back to me," and she shouted, "No, I don't want to. I don't want to," and then she woke up. She opened her eyes and realized it was a dream. Brooks sat nearby and asked her if she was awake. She got up and started remembering the dream. He asked her what she had dreamed about. It wasn't a nightmare by chance. And he apologized for not waking her up earlier. He put his hand on her shoulder, and she replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, Brooks hugged her. Claire was very surprised and didn't know what to do. The boy continued hugging her and told her that if she was against it, she could just push him away. But Claire didn't push him away, she just smiled silently. Then she decided to tell him about the dream. She said Tom appeared in the dream, and he tried to strangle her, and asked her why she didn't keep her promise. Everything seemed so real that she got scared. Brooks listened to her and told her that she would have to do the same to him when they meet. Claire objected, saying it was just a nightmare. But the boy replied that even though it was a dream, she was hurt and Tom committed a crime, since the law does not provide for punishment for sleeping. Brooks said he would do it, but the girl interrupted him by asking if he was probably joking. And he replied that maybe he was joking. Brooks poured some hot tea and offered it to Claire, telling her it would help her calm down. She thanked him and remembered that terrible nightmare again. But she felt much better. And all thanks to Brooks, she thought. Claire finished her tea and approached the window where he was. And together, they looked at the starry sky. The girl suddenly asked him not to destroy the rose garden. Brooks looked at her surprised and said that he thought she didn't like the garden. She smiled at him and told him she would try to love them. The girl thought about those beautiful roses in the garden and remembered Tom's words. He said that only modest things suited her. That's why she rejected everything sophisticated, but that she could also like elaborate things. Claire told Brooks that she avoided these things because she wasn't used to it. He told her she shouldn't listen to that guy. That's right, thought Claire, and again remembered the dream. In her past, yes, she once promised Tom that she wouldn't like anything luxurious and to dress like that. But what's the point of keeping your word if he didn't keep his first? Tom was left alone after losing that little Claire in a simple dress. Tom Breacher arrived at the Bronson mansion. He was greeted joyfully by Samantha. She told him they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Has it really been a long time? Tom asked and approached her. He noticed that her dress was very similar to Claire's. It was the first time Tom saw her in such an outfit. Tom thought about it and remembered his ex-girlfriend, and concluded that Claire was more suited for this. Suddenly, Samantha asked him why he had come. Maybe he wanted to see his sister. No, said Tom, and closing his eyes, He continued by saying that he could no longer think about the fate of a man who foolishly married someone he hadn't known for a month. The boy told Samantha he had come for another reason and offered to cancel the engagement. She couldn't believe it and asked him why. He said his head had been a mess lately and that he needed to train more. Samantha had to say she understood. Tom had already started leaving, but he turned to look at her, and she said they had no place to rush, that it wasn't urgent anyway. That's right. Tom agreed and said he was a little busy today, so he was already leaving. But suddenly, Samantha grabbed his hand and tried to stop him and asked him to wait. She said her mother would be back soon and asked if he would like to meet her before leaving. Tom apologized and said he had urgent matters, so he couldn't stay. He put his hand on her shoulder and gave her a farewell kiss on the cheek. Samantha froze and said nothing, and Tom left, and the girl simply said goodbye to him. As soon as he left the room, her face contorted with anger. She started crying, wiping away her tears. She started saying that she wouldn't even look at this trash if he wasn't from the Richard family. But suddenly, someone entered and severely shouted at Samantha. It was her mother. She looked angrily at her daughter. She was very unhappy with what she heard. The mother told Samantha to go to her room. They needed to have a serious conversation. Okay, mother, the girl replied sadly. Lawrence Mansion, the day has arrived, and outside the weather is beautifully sunny. The protagonist opened her eyes and saw that a maid was standing near the bed and asked the lady how she slept and how her trip went. The heroine got up and saw her faithful maid Mia from long ago and was glad to have been transferred here. Mia smiled and said that she was promised double salary, and the lady laughed in response. Opening the curtains, the maid asked the lady if she would like to have breakfast in the garden, as ordered by Mr. Lawrence. Claire wondered if having breakfast in the garden would make the flowers smell too strong. The maid looked out the window and said that they would have to cook something simple, and added that the weather outside was beautiful. How about we admire the view? Asked Miss Mia. Claire thought about it and now decided to try those things. The girl decided to do what Brooks told her and agreed to go to the garden for breakfast. The garden was simply charming. Red, pink roses grew in it, and even blue ones, butterflies flying everywhere. And in the middle of the garden, there was a table decorated with various dishes and snacks. Claire couldn't take her eyes off all this beauty. Then she turned to Brooks and told him she thought there would be a strong smell, but she smelled nothing. This is magic, replied the boy with a smile. And then she asked if it was possible. Brooks looked at her and said it would be easier to answer, which was impossible for him. The girl noticed that she was being modest, and the boy laughed and said how smart she was. For breakfast, they brought her a sandwich decorated with flowers and leaves. Claire stared at the plate and asked Brooks what kind of sandwich it was. The presentation was a bit strange. Brooks said with a smile that it was a beautiful sandwich and elegant, just as she had said yesterday, and tried to decorate it. You did it yourself, Claire asked him, and she decided to try a piece. As soon as she tasted it, she realized how delicious it was and told Brooks that he was a great cook. The hero laughed and said thanks for the compliment, but the chef was cooking and simply decorated it. Claire made a stern face and said she would retract her words later. Brooks was touched by this. The girl finished her sandwich. She drank tea and enjoyed the beautiful view. Suddenly, Brooks asked her what she thought about learning magic. The heroine hesitated and replied that she wouldn't say she wasn't interested. She just lacks confidence, because there is nothing she is good at. She will succeed. Brooks told her that if she was interested, that she should challenge him and that it didn't have to be magical. She could choose horseback riding, drawing, dancing, whatever. And Claire, after hearing him and thinking about it, she agreed. Then she got up from the table and told him they could try it now. How is it now? Claire asked, but the boy told her to listen carefully. Brooks started with a brief introduction, saying that every person has their own attribute, and this is based on talent. People have the ability to move objects like water, and that earth is a magical molecule. When he finished, he asked Claire if she understood everything. She was a little confused, and said that her confidence had disappeared somewhere, and asked him to drop the idea. The boy just laughed, and said he was asking for forgiveness. He deliberately complicated everything, because she is very sweet when she is confused. Let's be simple, said Brooks. It takes more than talent. The trick is to transform the image into shape. Brooks raised his hand, and a glow appeared, followed by several blue figures. And white ones. Claire looked surprised at the magic that was happening now. But the boy said he would show another way. It's more like creating a template that transforms the shape. This is often called fortress. Strength of spirit, repeated the girl, looking at him with fascination. It's not hard to control, Brooks continued, if you have at least a little imagination. But certain emotions are needed to release it. Then he took an artifact similar to a pocket watch out of the box. What emotions are needed? Claire asked. He replied that they must be strong emotions. And negative ones. It is much harder for happy people. Try it once, said Brooks, and handed her the watch. Claire extended her hands and touched the watch. The hands began to move at a dizzying speed. She looked at the boy and asked if he thought she would succeed. Everyone has their problems, said Brooks. The girl whispered her troubles and, after deciding again, she touched her watch. A small bright flash appeared. The boy noticed the strong reaction the mana was having. That's a good sign, said Brooks. And he decided to add something of his own. He touched Claire's hand and took the mana into his hands. The flash became even brighter. Suddenly, the girl felt something. She told Brooks about it and asked if this was the special feeling he was talking about. Suddenly, a kind of matter, composed of water, formed. Claire was delighted and shouted that it worked. Yes, said Brooks. This is the spirit of water. I didn't think it would work so easily. Then he told her to imagine some shape. A tree, a person, anything concrete. Otherwise it would soon disappear. The girl frantically began to remember what she could imagine associated with the lake. The sea, and she remembered the dolphin. Immediately, the matter turned into a dolphin, and it seemed to jump out of the water. Claire succeeded, and then Brooks told her to give it a name. She thought for a long time how to name this dolphin, and the name Vaden came to mind. As soon as she said the name out loud, the dolphin jumped and spun and became even clearer than before. Claire looked at him with admiration, when suddenly it disappeared into the air. Brooks told Claire that it would appear when she said its name. He congratulated her and praised her, saying it was a great honor to meet a spirit for the first time. But suddenly, the girl felt unwell and began to lose consciousness. The hero was very scared for Claire and hugged her so she wouldn't fall. The girl thanked him for his concern, and Brooks said that summoning the spirit consumes a lot of energy, and that it is better to rest. And he volunteered to accompany her. Claire smiled at him and said she could go by herself, or just call the servants. Brooks objected by saying how he could entrust his wife to a servant, and how he could be jealous. Hold on tight, said the boy, and he picked her up. The heroine was embarrassed and ordered him to let her go. He smiled at her and told her that he would never get tired of admiring her embarrassed face. As they walked, she said that he had very strange hobbies, and asked him why, because of his character, no one wanted to know him before her. He just replied that maybe. Brooks thought about the spirit that Claire had summoned, and reflected. Calling the spirit requires a certain clear emotion. Fire is fear, wind is rage. Earth means loneliness, and water is what prevails in Claire is despair. Brooks was sitting in his office building a house of cards. Then his assistant Will approached him and reminded him of his wife Claire's birthday, which was in January, and that the master hadn't ordered the gift. Brooks didn't seem to be listening to him. He was thinking about something and holding his finger on the very top of the house. "You haven't forgotten about it," Will asked. And then the hero destroys the house of cards. The assistant asked the master if he had told him about her birthday. He replied that she didn't need to worry about that. Others still sent her many gifts. But then Brooks said that wasn't the problem at the moment, and asked Will what he thought about his relationship with Claire. The assistant, after thinking for a while, said that the master had become sentimental, and even a little crazy, and added that he became a man hopelessly in love with his wife. Brooks thought about how he had become so affectionate. Will said the wedding has already taken place, and that he no longer needs to pretend. And not what the lady will think. If he continues to care for her like this, she might feel special. The knight asked the helper if he was telling Brooks to be more sensible. The hero started thinking that if he unexpectedly changed his attitude, how would she react? First she would be surprised, then she would close her heart and simply fulfill the duties of the marquise. And their relationship will never be the same as now. They will have a dull married life, and they will only greet each other and say goodbye. And if Claire becomes like that, she will never call him by his name or smile at him again. "No," said Brooks suddenly, and got up from the table. The assistant asked the master what he had decided. The hero approached the window and said he had never met anyone with such a kind character. Claire was walking in the garden with the maids, and Brooks looked at her and said she was stingy with emotions, and that made her look a little cruel. But he constantly sees the despair she hides so much, and every time he has obsessive thoughts of grabbing her, hugging her tight and kissing her. "That is not like me at all," said Brooks. The assistant agreed with him and said it was surprising that the same battlefield demon was capable of something like that, because his allies were horrified at his mere sight. Brooks looked sternly at Will and asked him if he often slandered him like that. And the assistant was a little scared of his own words and apologized to him. Then Will proceeded to tell his master that he knows he doesn't want to admit it, but that he better stop running away because he looks hopelessly in love for a long time. At that moment, Claire returned to her room and trained with the spirit Bodine. She ordered him to blow out the candle, and Bodine, turning, did it in a second. The girl praised him, and the spirit evaporated into the air. She sat on the sofa and felt her strength running out, and noticed that even a brief call to the spirit required a lot of strength. Claire thought of Brooks' words, of how he said that a lot of concentration was needed, and resistance, but that is her limit for now. Lost in thought, suddenly she remembered that he had never told her what feeling was needed to summon Bodine. She thought of Brooks, of how the first time he gave her a completely different impression, that of whom she should kill. Before returning to the past, Tom stood and watched as Brooks and the coffin where Claire lay disappeared. Grand Duke Brooks Lawrence took Claire's body. Tom shouted and said he must find him, no matter the cost. The guards approached the knight and told him they would catch him. Brooks headed for Devil's Mountain, but Tom ordered the guards that the soldiers of the second level and lower ones should remain here in the castle, and the first level special forces would go with him. On Devil's Mountain, Brooks stood next to the coffin and cast a spell, and magical runes began to appear around him. He was casting a spell when the servant Mason next to him told him that it was impossible, that there was no way to return to the past. But Brooks didn't listen to him and said he had promised Chloe, and that he shouldn't even try to stop him. The servant objected, saying that the promise was made as a joke, and that Claire's mother was only a distant relative of Miss Chloe, and they didn't even know each other. How could this promise refer to someone with whom they only shared the same blood? Brooks told him to remain silent if he didn't understand how Claire was committed to her promise. "This is too much sacrifice," said Mason, annoyed. Then the master's assistant, Will, entered his cave, looking at them, and he thought Mason didn't understand. As soon as Mason tried to stop the master again, Will intervened in the conversation and said that his promise stated that if she chose her own path, then he shouldn't interfere with this. Brooks turned to him and asked what he was doing there. Will replied that he hadn't come to stop him, because he wouldn't listen to him anyway. The agent said he came to report that Tom Reacher had started acting. Then he continued by saying that it wouldn't be a problem if you went back in time. But it was a mistake not to cover your tracks. The servant Mason, on his knees, began to beg the master to stop immediately, and not to rush to decide if he really wanted to give up everything he had achieved in 10 years. Who knows, said Brooks. At first he was angry about the failures. But starting over is not so bad. The master told the servant that he knows how devoted he is to Chloe, because she once saved him from slavery. And probably this is why she helps him, his successor, and added that not even Chloe Valverde knew that his promise was a magical contract in which he would not let Claire suffer such a terrible end. How could you act so recklessly? Mason asked him, because breaking the contract means death. But I didn't die, said Brooks. There is a way back, that's why he is still alive. And if it weren't for him, this situation wouldn't have even occurred. He continued by saying that he felt no sense of satisfaction after becoming Marquis, or Duke, a void that not even winning the throne could fill. So it's better to stop there, said Brooks, and continued to conjure with the time portal. Will said goodbye to the master, telling him that they would soon see each other in the past. As soon as the red flash began to appear, the guards arrived with Tom. Brooks sat closer to Claire and looked at Tom, who shouted at the guards to stop him immediately. But it was too late. Tom was already approaching the coffin, when everything lit up with a bright flame. A flash and they disappeared. And so, the hands of the clock turned back. Brooks Chase, a boy born under a witch's moon on the most powerful day of magic of the year 1000. The witch's day child is usually weak and dies quickly, but this child was different from others. A real demon was born among people. Even the curse of the witch moon doesn't bother him. He brought with him a powerful force, fateful and dangerous. There is no one in the world who can threaten his life. Brooks thought he didn't have the strength left for a second return to the past. Even if everything went well, he wouldn't have any memory of it. Despite the spell being his, the memory will remain with Claire, as well as the choice of which path to take when he returns. Currently, Claire and Brooks are having breakfast, and he asks her about the tea party. And she said, yes, there is a party today. Said the heroine. The girl said she wanted to try it since it was free. The event was organized by Viscountess Leona Woods. Brooks said that the Woods family is small and is neither aristocratic nor commoner. Claire replied and added that she had received many invitations, but that she didn't know where to go and so she decided that a tea party would be very suitable. The hero agreed with her and asked her if she always dresses like this. The girl was surprised by his question and asked him if she really looked strange. No, said Brooks with a smile, adding that a little dynamism wouldn't hurt. And as soon as he snapped his fingers, her image began to change as if by magic. Behold, her dress became so beautiful and luxurious that the heroine gasped in astonishment. Now Brooks gave her the finishing touch and conjured a huge necklace for her. And elegant. He looked at her amazed and said she was still beautiful, but that now she was also dazzling. It suited her very well. You are so talented, said Claire, and asked him if he liked this style. The boy replied that this one was better than the previous one, and smiled at her. Brooks held out his hand to her and told her that he had matters to attend to at the palace, and that, on the way, he would take her to Christopher Woods. Claire looked at him inquisitively, and he said, let's show people how close we are. This will be the first time we go out together. She nodded and held out her hand to him, saying that this was one of her duties as a marquise. Not just for this, said Brooks. But she didn't listen, and when she asked again, he said nothing. Let's go. They arrived at Christopher Woods' castle. Claire was greeted by two girls, Leona Woods and Charlotte Spring. Oh my, Lady Bronson passes by, said Charlotte. Claire looked at her and she replied, or you should call yourself Lady Lawrence. The heroine said she didn't think she would meet Charlotte here. She replied that she was here on business. And she also didn't think she would see her. "You look gorgeous today," said Charlotte. "Before you got married, you dressed like a widow. Where did those changes come from?" Claire was bewildered. But that girl didn't give up and said, "Did your rich husband really change you that much?" Two more girls approached them. And then Charlotte said she was only joking, because the Bronson family never had to complain about finances. And she laughed. The protagonist thought to herself that if she had known Charlotte would be here, she wouldn't have come. Charlotte Spring, a prominent member of the conservative faction. She was declared heir to the Marquis of Spring. Claire doesn't understand why she has been attacking her ever since, or if it's because she is from a ducal family. And Charlotte despises her for her lack of talent. They entered the hall where there was a table with various desserts. "It is wonderful to see you in good health." Emily Smith greeted the heroine and said she was worried because there were unflattering rumors. Claire wondered what rumors she was talking about. Betty Banks intervened and asked her if she didn't know that Marquis Lawrence had never been intimate with girls. And Emily continued by saying that there were many people here who had been rejected by him. Charlotte then said that everyone was talking about Marquis being very close to his assistant Will. She had heard that they had always lived together and had stuck together. "What a pity," said one of the girls, and they started whispering among themselves. Claire said that if they meant that Brooks Lawrence prefers men. "We are only talking about rumors," said Charlotte. "And he hardly would have married if it were true." She continued by saying that Claire Bronson chose him over Tom Breacher, even though she could have a lover. Said Charlotte, and everyone laughed. Claire pretended not to be offended by Charlotte's words. Then the girl turned to Claire and told her that she had exaggerated a little, and asked her if she could tell her husband all this. "Miss Ziering is just joking," said one of the girls. Claire looked at them and thought that, of course, she would tell her husband everything. Then she decided to tell them that they were making fun of the Marquis, and that this was rather an invasion of privacy. So maybe it makes sense to sue. Charlotte got angry and got up from the table. Claire looked at her and thought that she used to control herself. But today she crossed the line. Maybe it was because he was of noble birth. Charlotte began to shout that she had only told rumors, and what he was counting on, even if he had never kissed the girl. The heroine looked at her and told her that she should know when to stop. Then she added that she was leaving here, that she had nothing more to discuss with them. When Claire got up and started walking away, Charlotte shouted after her that the Spring family would not be afraid of a commoner aristocrat. The heroine turned to her and asked her if her father was as brave as she was. Charlotte was furious, but Emily interrupted them and told them that they would not become enemies if they sued. Claire just looked at them silently. And then Emily takes a cup of hot tea, says, "You forgot something, take the tea," and splashes it on Claire's face. The girl closes her eyes, and something unexpected happens. The tea spills onto Charlotte. Everyone looks at Charlotte in horror. The main character opens her eyes and understands nothing. And then her spirit body appears. She smiles at him and thanks him for his help. The girls help Charlotte dry off, and she looks at Claire with hatred. Then, in tears, she says that Marquis Lawrence apparently protects his girlfriend so much that he even gave her an artifact. "Apparently the tea wasn't for me," said Claire. And she thought of Charlotte's words. An artifact was talking about Bauden. She took it as the effect of an artifact. It seems the perfume is a rare phenomenon. Charlotte, angry, said she wouldn't let it go so easily. Claire told her that she would also remember how Charlotte treated her. They looked at each other with hatred. Then Charlotte turned around and shouted to her friends that they were leaving. Leona Woods was horrified by what was happening at her tea party. "I'll go too," Claire told Leone, and thanked her. She replied to take care of herself and ordered her to accompany the Marquis home. The servant and 2 castle maids stayed waiting for the Marquis. The servant asked to follow him. One of the assistants looked at Claire and watched her closely. When she had already left and was about to go, they stopped her It was the castle servant who was looking at her. He caught up out of breath and asked them to wait a little. Apologizing to her, he introduced himself as Ellis Angels. The servant who was seeing the lady off suddenly said what was wrong with this guy. And Ellis replied that he was actually a girl. The servant suddenly thought that she looked more like a boy. Claire said she was happy to meet her and asked what she wanted. Ellis asked her if she had just used magic. She had simply been interested in it since childhood. She asked the lady to stay and talk with her for a while. Claire invited her home to show her more. The girl, as usual, sat on the sofa. She opened her hand and said the name of Baden. And he appeared immediately. Ellis looked with delight at the magic that was now happening before her eyes. "This is Baden, the spirit of water," said the heroine. Ellis was very happy to see the spirit of water for the first time. Claire continued that now her main goal is to blow out candles. "What about tea protection?" Ellis suddenly asked. And Claire definitely agreed. They sat and watched as Baden spun above their heads. "I don't know how to make him stronger," said Claire. "They say they are capable of even high-level magic, and that they don't grow without a reason." Ellis, after thinking for a moment, invited her to participate in a hunt competition in February. The royal family would open the Ramon forest. The heroine, surprised by the proposal, said that she was not a knight and had never done such a thing. Ellis laughed and said that you don't have to be a knight. Everyone can participate if you participate in the competition. She said, "I will come every day, and I will support you." Claire asked what about her personal time then. Ellis hastily assured the lady that he was a free knight, so there were no restrictions. She also said that she had an official status. But stupid rumors began to spread. "And that's all." Claire asked what rumors. And Ellis said that due to her appearance, she is popular among girls. They mistake her for a man. And when the truth is revealed, they disappear. Claire laughed at her crazy story. At that moment, Mr. Brooks Lawrence had already arrived at the castle. He came out into the hall and asked the servants if his wife had returned. One of the maids said that she returned earlier than expected. And not alone, but with a guest. And now they are in the living room. Brooks, hearing this, turned to him and asked him with which other guest she was. The servant described the guest as a handsome knight and added that it had been a long time since he saw anyone in a uniform that suited him so well. Brooks, heading to the living room, thought of the servant's words. Handsome looks good in uniform. And he frowned. When he entered the living room, he saw the two of them sitting and talking about something. Brooks approached Claire from behind. He put his hand on her right shoulder and whispered in her ear that it wasn't good to have an affair in front of everyone. The heroine did not expect him to appear so suddenly. Brooks looked deeply into the eyes of the handsome knight. Claire told him that she was actually a girl. And she laughed. "This always happens to me," she said. And they laughed together. Then he stood up and said his name was Ellis Angels, and that this was his first meeting with the Marquis. Upon hearing the name, Brooks remembered the prisoner Count Angels, who had recently been killed by his servant in prison. In the evening, Claire and Brooks sat. They drank wine and talked about the upcoming competition. She said the hunting convention was too much for her. But Brooks replied by saying that the views of the Ramona forest were spectacular, and that she wouldn't regret it. "I thought you would be against it," said the heroine, "because there are less than 2 months left." He smiled at her and told her that he preferred rabbits and squirrels, and added that in return he would prepare a handkerchief for her. She looked at him surprised. Claire finally replied that she wasn't sure she could catch anyone, but that she would try. Then she decided to talk about the situation at the tea party. How she heard an unpleasant rumor about him, and maybe she should take action. About the rumor, Brooks asked her. She said it was about his sexual orientation. There was an awkward silence, and Claire asked him if he was angry. He closed his eyes and said he wasn't angry, just a little surprised. "What did you answer them?" Brooks asked her. She said, "You don't look like a gay man." Claire snapped suddenly. Brooks started asking why she said he wasn't similar. She replied that she wouldn't say something she wasn't sure of. The hero looked at her and said he didn't expect her to believe such a thing. Then he took her by the chin and pulled her towards him and told her, "So I need to prove it to you." And he smiled at her. She tried to resist the boy, but she didn't have time. The boy pulled the girl closer to him and kissed her passionately. They kissed for a long time. The hero hummed with pleasure. After the kiss, Claire blushed and asked him why he did it. Brooks, touching his lips, asked her if she now understood what his orientation was. The girl closed her eyes and said she already knew he wasn't gay, and added that it wasn't necessary to do this. Words would have been enough for her. Claire then told him not to force himself to prove anything to her. Brooks was annoyed by this and wondered who she took him for without trusting him. He told her not to strain herself, that even thinking about kissing Will makes him sick. And at that moment Will enters and hears everything. Will only managed to apologize to them. Stuttering, Claire began to worry for Will because he might have misunderstood something. Brooks and the girl were standing on the balcony, and she decided to ask what kind of relationship he had with Will. And the hero thought she was making fun of him. The guy turned to the assistant and told him to stay out of his sight until he calmed down. "And keep your mouth shut," Brooks told Will, who sat on the floor and started sobbing. Then, taking the folder in his hand, he told the assistant to act according to plan. They should not be allowed to tell Claire such things about his relationship with him. Will asked about our relationship looking at the night. Brooks got angry and told him to stop saying that, or he would shoot himself. "Let's deal with this," said Brooks, studying the documents where Charlotte Spring's case was. "Even if it damages reputation, this cannot be allowed to happen." After studying the papers, the knight asked Will why he had come. The assistant handed him the papers and told him that it was a report on Catherine. Will reported that they saw a woman with ashen hair similar to her in the port of Laredo. They followed her in several towns, but they missed her in Abbeville. It seemed that she had returned to Solaris. Brooks asked him if she had returned to this country, and that she wanted to go unnoticed or change her identity. The hero kept thinking that this is not the case, that she is not that smart. Then he addressed his assistant and ordered him to send all scouts to Solaris to find her and let no one discover the identity of the informant. And he asked if they had taken care of Count Engels. Will said that they disguised everything as a suicide. It would be impossible to identify him. There should be no problem. Brooks started remembering today's guest, Ellis, and wondered if there would be trouble. The hero asked the assistant if he knew who had visited the castle today. "Yes," said the assistant. "I know Ellis Engels came. The Count cut all ties with his children." Brooks asked Will what he thought of her. He replied that she accidentally attended the same event as the mistress, and everything was a childish admiration for magic. So he decided to approach Claire. The hero, with a smile, asked the assistant if he really thought it was a coincidence. Will said he heard that Ellis had visited the forest before, so it seemed true. Brooks said good and ordered him to provide the results in 2 days. Then, turning to Will, he asked him if it was true that Ellis was a woman and not a man. "It's true," said the assistant, and asked him why he asked this. Brooks looked at him questioningly. Will began to say that he knows how much of a perfectionist the master is, but sometimes he goes too far. This is jealousy. And he even kissed her and told her he was afraid rumors would spread if someone found out. "What do you mean?" Lawrence asked him. The assistant asked the master if he loved her. Brooks turned around and told him he wouldn't make anything up. "I feel the same about her as about Dumble. Everything will end when the time comes." Will smiled and said he didn't know the knight wanted to kiss Dumble. The hero looked angrily at the assistant and regretted what he had just said. The next day, Ellis Engels visited Claire again. The main character greeted her with a smile and thanked her for the visit. Ellis mutually thanked the girl for the invitation, and Claire politely told her to follow her to the living room. Did they sit down for tea? And Claire told her that she had decided to participate in the house, but that she was a little worried because she didn't know what to do, and therefore would be delighted to receive her advice. Ellis said she liked communicating with her, and supposed it would be useful, so he brought it. "What did you bring?" the girl asked him. She took out 2 large books and placed them on the table in front of the lady. Ellis suggested starting with the basics, and said that he took 2 of the most famous books on spiritual magic. The girl thanked him for the books, and noticed how thick they were. Ellis said she was very interested in magic, so that no one suspected anything, and told the lady not to worry about the rumors. On his estate, the Duke of Alt sat on a ladder, and took care of the garden flowers by cutting the stems. Tom Richard approached him, and asked him if his father had called him. The Duke asked about the engagement, and said he had heard it was postponed. "Yes," said Tom, "it's all because of my training." The Duke raised his voice and told him not to make excuses about who drinks alcohol every day during training, which you were not satisfied with. Your father started to continue. You didn't even have competitors, and asked him why he changed his decision. Because he was worried about the others' rejection. The Duke reminded him that he swore once, and that he has no intention of waiting long. He doesn't care about this family after his mother's death. The Duke said he wanted to quickly get rid of the position of head, and that if Tom didn't have the necessary qualities, he wouldn't get the job, and added, looking Tom in the eyes, that he would never transfer the title to a useless person who couldn't even handle the affairs of his own family. "Do you understand me?" the Duke asked Tom. And the boy replied. Afterwards, his father told him that he gives him until April, and that he must marry Samantha Bronson. No more delays. Tom objected by saying that it was his business. "No," said the Duke. "This is a matter for the entire Richard family. If you fail, the title will go to your brother." Tom punched the wall and got very angry. The butler passed by and asked if everything was fine with the young master. Tom said his head just hurt. The boy said he has been having nightmares lately. He dreams of Claire and how Brooks takes her body. Lawrence. Brooks introduces his servant Mason to Claire. They exchange banter, and Claire tells her husband that she thought only Will was helping the Marquis. Brooks replied that Mason was a little shy with strangers, so he decided to introduce them later. Then he said that from that day on, Mason would teach her the basics of spiritual magic, including hunting tricks, and added that Alice doesn't need to waste any more time. Claire agreed and said this was her property, and that she shouldn't have invited a guest without prior notice. The hero replied that it wasn't for that reason he decided. The girl stood in the middle of the room and summoned Wadden, and Mason watched everything. Mason said Wadden is still small. It is in the infancy stage. Usually these spirits develop quickly, and continued by saying that its body was too small, and that when hunting she would have to use tricks, and not hit it on the forehead. "What tricks?" Claire asked. He replied that, for example, you have to cover your head with water, and suffocate or block vision. There are quite a few effective methods. The girl said it was very cruel, and Mason replied that hunting is marrying. There is no way around it. Claire lowered her head, and Mason asked her if something was wrong. She replied that she had never married. The girl said she needed to practice more. She continued conjuring with Bowden, and Mason gave her tips on directing energy to her fingertips and concentrating. Mason, looking at Claire, began to remember Miss Chloe, and he said to himself why he decided to take care of her. "You seem a little distracted." "Take a break," said Mason. She looked at him with a smile and said okay. Suddenly, the maid decided to ask him if he knew Madame Chloe Waldorf. Claire was surprised and said that her mother's maiden name was Waldorf. Before marrying, she was Angelina Waldorf. The maid listened to her attentively. She said that after marrying, she really didn't communicate with her family, so she hardly knew anyone. Mason thought that most likely Angelina Waldorf is Miss Chloe's cousin. And it turns out that if Claire is her daughter, then she is Chloe's fifth cousin. The servant thought so strangely. Miss Chloe doesn't even know Claire. What is her interest then? Claire asked the servant why he was interested. He replied that he thought how similar they were, and apologized to his mistress. Then the servant suggested she take a break and have tea. After having tea, Claire said she was very tired. And the servant said that summoning the spirit requires a lot of energy, but that her efforts paid off. She summoned Bodden again, and to the heroine's surprise, it became even bigger than before. Now you better rest. And I will leave, said Mason. Claire thanked him for his help and sat down more comfortably. The girl started to fall asleep right on the sofa. She was very tired and thought to herself that she needed to go to her room. Suddenly, while sleeping, she felt her body being moved. Claire opened her eyes and saw Brooks carrying her to her room. He smiled and apologized to her, saying he didn't want to wake her, but simply carry her to the room. Did you sleep well? Brooks asked her. She replied that he could have woken her up. Brooks laughed and asked her if she remembered what he said a couple of days ago about making her wishes come true. How about today? His hero asked with a smile. She looked at him with pity. She said she would have to pay him for his help studying, and asked him what he would ask for. Brooks replied that she could choose between several options. Two maids held dresses in their hands. One was simple and the other luxurious. Choose, Brooks told her, but the girl didn't know which dress she wanted. The hero decided to help her and told her that the red one looked gorgeous, and asked her if she agreed. The girl agreed with him and said that the second dress looked too simple. Brooks said with a smile that she liked dresses like that and thinks her opinion has changed, and added that he was very happy that she was used to such things. The girl put on a red dress and tried it on. She looked at herself in the mirror and gasped in astonishment and thought it suited her well. Brooks couldn't take his eyes off his wife and said the dress suited her very well. The girl smiled at him and thanked him for the compliment. Then let's go, said Brooks. And taking her by the arm, they went to the living room for dinner. There were 2 tables in the living room, and on them were several dishes ranging from steak, mushroom soup, and salad to spaghetti bolognese. The girl looked surprised at all these dishes and asked what she needed to choose a table. I choose this one, said Claire, and walked towards the white table. Brooks snapped his fingers, and suddenly the table disappeared, and she found herself behind the red table. The girl looked surprised at what was happening, and the hero told her that she didn't have to choose. She asked him where the table had disappeared to, if it was really a teleportation to the mountains again. Brooks told the girl that this was a dining table for servants, and asked Dumbula to confirm his words. The heroine enjoyed every bite of food, and her husband watched her stealthily. You like it? Brooks asked her. She agreed and said that today it tastes better than usual. Very elegant. Suddenly, the hero said that the third time the conditions were the same. He asked her in the estate hall, or in the citadel. She said that it was a meaningless question, and asked him what he was going to do. After thinking for a while, the girl said she chooses the hall. As you wish, Brooks told her, and bowed to her. The hero raised his hand above his head, and immediately a large portal formed. In an instant, everything around them changed, and they were transported to some kind of hall. Claire was again very surprised and amazed at how quickly they teleported. And then Brooks held out his hand to her and asked her if he could invite her to dance. The girl didn't know what to answer and said she danced very badly. It's fine. No need, said the hero. Just enjoy and follow my lead. Let's dance together. He said that if she didn't want to, she could refuse. But she said everything was fine and asked him not to move too fast. It's an honor, said Brooks and took her hand. The music began to slow down, and the girl thought that this must be his magic again. It's the first time I've danced such a slow waltz, said the girl. and he replied that this was a special melody for her, and asked her if she liked it. She replied that of course, and smiled. Then she asked him if she could try another melody. He replied that he wanted to dance to this one. Just like in our first meeting. The boy suddenly said. Immediately after the resurgence, Claire canceled her engagement with Tom. She doesn't know why, maybe. She wanted to see the one who would kill her in the future. That's why she attended the ball in the Capitol. And there, she met Brooks Lawrence for the first time. Their eyes met. The hero approached her and invited her to dance. Dance with me, and he holds out his hand to the heroine, said Brooks. Claire looked at everyone around her. Everyone was dancing and having fun. And she agreed. They danced together, and the boy told her they didn't know each other yet, and introduced himself as Brooks Lawrence. The girl lowered her head and said sadly, I am Claire Bronson, by the way. My favorite YouTube viewer. If you subscribe to my channel, you will be the best subscriber and viewer. Then she told him that she chose the dance as a reward for her services to His Majesty, and that she didn't expect him to choose her. But he doesn't seem surprised at all. Said Brooks. Not at all, it was unexpected. The heroine replied. The girl asked what Brooks wanted to talk to her about. He said he heard about her breaking off her engagement with Sir Tom Reacher. The heroine just replied that she liked Tom. That's what the Marquis asked her in the past. Brooks then asked her if she was always so sharp with her words. Claire said nothing and simply turned around. And then he asked her if she wouldn't like to. The girl took her hand away and asked him why he asked her to dance to make fun of her. Then the heroine stared at him and said that she knew a lot, even more than he thought. Brooks didn't understand what she meant, and the girl simply turned around and said that the music had already ended. They bowed courteously to each other. Claire immediately said she had to leave, and Brooks stood watching her in silence. When the girl left, he looked at her hand bewildered and thought about something. The heroine went out onto the balcony and sighed with relief. What was I thinking? She told herself. Then Tom approached her and asked her if everything was fine with her. She turned to him and he asked her what the Marquis was talking to her about. The girl didn't answer anything important and asked, where is Samantha now? Tom replied that she was accompanied by Duke Richard, and that today Tom was Claire's partner. She looked at him and wanted to say something. Then she turned around and decided to say that he better take care of his girlfriend. The boy was surprised by her words and asked her why she was behaving like that. The heroine listened to him, continued, saying that he suddenly drew a line between them, and that the termination of the engagement did not cancel their friendship. Claire finally said that things are different now, that their relationship will not be the same as when she loved him. Listen to Claire, he said and grabbed her hand, but she pushed it away and told him not to touch her and to leave immediately until she called someone. Tom was about to say something to her when someone entered, and they both turned and saw him. It was Marquis Lawrence. He entered and asked with a smile if he had disturbed them. No, we're done, said Claire, exhaling. Tom again wanted to say something to the girl when Brooks interrupted him and called him. He turned to him, and the Marquis said that the girl had told him to leave, that their conversation was over. Tom Richards got angry and left them with a slam of the door. I arrived on time, yes, Brooks Lawrence asked the girl. That's right, she replied, and asked him why he had come to tell her something. The hero replied that he just wanted to end their last conversation. Then he said she looked tired, so they would meet later. He asked her forgiveness and bowed to her. When Brooks started to leave, the girl stopped him, and she asked him if he was going to propose to her. The hero looked at her and said he could guess she wanted to climb very high, and that a wedding was just a way to achieve it. She said that she wouldn't appear soon for the holidays, and that, if he intended to do something, it would be better now. If so, said the hero and approached the heroine, and asked her if she accepted to marry him. The girl looked him in the eyes. Brooks awaited her answer, and she decided to kiss him. He, in turn, did not expect it. Yes, I agree, said Claire. And she ran away. They continued dancing and spinning to this beautiful melody. The girl suddenly asked him why he had invited her to dance. Remember that, when the ball started, we made eye contact, said Brooks. Claire looked at him and remembered their first meeting. Claire suddenly thought this is how he also looked at her. Brooks said there was a void in her eyes, and that her face was expressionless, like a ceramic doll, and with a smile said that then he wanted to break that mask. Only for good intentions. The heroine looked at him with admiration and said that now it doesn't look like a mistake. They kept dancing, and she said there were rumors that he wanted to invite His Majesty to dance. By the way, my favorite YouTube viewer, if you subscribe to my channel, you will be the best subscriber. And viewer, there are so many different fables that I will deal with them later, said Brooks, dissatisfied. And she laughed in response. By the way, about the last rumor. When his heroine was asked, she replied that she had already filed a complaint. Moreover, said Brooks, and almost kissed his wife. And he continued that this is no longer that important. And the girl laughed. Claire laughed and said she thought he was going to kiss her. He asked her what seduced him. The heroine suddenly said that she had long remembered the look when he was joking. Brooks thought about what it meant that she was looking at him. Ah, the melody is over, said the girl. And she raised her head. She looked at him with a smile and thought to herself that it seemed to her that the melody would never stop. And then the hero told her that the next option was the Rose Garden, or the Empress's secret garden, and asked her what she would choose. She looked at him and asked what he would do if she chose the Empress's garden. He said they would sneak there, and that if someone noticed them, he would erase their memory. The girl said there was no need, that she liked the Rose Garden. So, said Brooks, and snapped his fingers. And immediately, a portal appeared above their heads. The living room instantly transformed into a rose garden, where there was already a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. She looked at the garden with admiration and said that no matter how many times she saw it, she still wouldn't get used to either the garden or the magic. He smiled and said she would gradually get used to it, and invited her to the gazebo. They drank wine and enjoyed the evening. Brooks suddenly said it was already midnight, and looked at Claire mysteriously. She didn't understand anything. And suddenly, he pulls out a beautiful white rose with a beautiful bow, and gives it to her. Brooks wished Claire a happy birthday, and gave her a rose. The girl simply opened her mouth, and couldn't say anything from the surprise. Brooks continued and said he was very happy that she was born, and congratulated her again. The heroine accepted the rose and thanked him. Claire thought she had never had such a wonderful birthday. Then she told him with a smile that now it was his turn to choose. The hero looked at her inquisitively, and she told him, choose to kiss you, or kiss yourself. He was a little confused by her words, but the girl laughed and said she would choose herself. Brooks didn't have time to say anything before she kissed him. He hugged Claire tightly and returned the kiss. The girl looked him straight in the eyes and lowered her head onto his chest. He hugged her and kissed her on the forehead. The boy thought about the fact that he seemed to have fallen in love just a little. The next day, we are transported to the mansion of the Marquis of Spring. The Marquis of Spring tells Charlotte that the Marquis of Lawrence has sued several people for defamation and insults, some of which are already under investigation. You must understand your position so as not to get into trouble, said Marquis Spring. Charlotte didn't answer and just snorted in disgust. He said he didn't care what she had done in the past, but that this time she had crossed the line, and he had ordered her to apologize to Marquis Lawrence. The girl was indignant and started shouting that they were only minor accusations, and they managed to refute them. That everyone thinks we can't resist, said Marquis Spring. And with a smile on his face, he said that this was only for now. He continued by saying that thanks to him, the dream of becoming a ducal family will come true. It is never too late to kill. Charlotte asked him if they would get rid of him when he became useless. Marquise Spring said that not even the emperor could do anything. The girl calmed down and said she would write something similar to an apology letter. Marquise Spring suddenly told her to stop communicating with Emily Smith. Your relationship is nothing more than pleasant. The Marquis continued, so you won't end up in trouble. Charlotte, angry, said that Emily was her friend, and that he shouldn't even think about touching her. Then she threw the teacup and kicked it, and it shattered. Marquise Spring told her to find someone better if she needed friends. Do you want to ruin the future because of a rude dog? The Marquis asked. Charlotte became furious and asked him if he was really threatening her, because only she could be the heir to the Spring family. The Marquis looked at her sternly and said that he was the boss now, and that she should understand it. The girl clenched her teeth in anger and whispered that she would do what he told her. Lawrence Mansion, Claire's birthday, and they give her a beautiful bouquet of flowers. By the way, did you notice that at your request, I very quickly made a second part? For you, I love you. Don't forget to subscribe and leave me your kind message in the comments below this video. She gladly accepted them and thanked them. Then she asked Ellis how she knew about her birthday. Ellis replied with a smile that he asked the butler. And he remembered that the Bronson family once celebrated a birthday in winter. That's right, said Claire, and she began to remember that it was Samantha's birthday. And the heroine hasn't received congratulations since she was 10 years old. Then Ellis told her with a smile that this is not all. Claire asked, surprised, what else? And she also gave her a plush dolphin created by Alfred Alvarez perfume and a custom-made birthday cake. Claire was absolutely delighted and looked at her gifts with admiration. She began to thank Miss Ellis from the bottom of her heart because she had prepared so many gifts for her. Ellis replied that they were all small things and smiled at the lady. A few days ago, Claire asked Brooks not to refuse Ellis Angel's visit. The boy replied that there were some controversial topics, but if you think about it that way, it might make her distrustful. So it would be safer. Then he said that if she was plotting something, it would be better to pretend they were friends and to watch her but not trust her. We still don't know why Brooks was going through with her. And Claire looked worriedly at the hero and then said that she understood everything. The heroine looked at Ellis and thought to herself what she really had in mind. The girls entered the living room, where the table was already set. They had tea with cakes and pastries. Here the heroine summoned Baden to show Ellis her progress. She was delighted with how much he had grown. They watched him circle above them, and Ellis said he became as big as her dog. Do you have a dog? Claire asked with interest. Ellis replied that she had a retriever dog, and that she could visit her and watch her. Then she added that it would be time to practice with a living being before the hunt. Claire said she didn't want to strangle the dog, and Ellis replied that this is not what she meant. By the way, my favorite YouTube viewer, if you subscribe to my channel, you will be the best subscriber and viewer. After thinking for a while, she said, let's do this. The dog hates bathing, and you can help me with your skills. Well, she asked him, and the girl agreed. In the Angel's mansion, Baden surrounded Ellis's dog, and they played wonderfully together. Baden kept splashing water with the dog, and she really liked this game. But when the dog got completely wet, it sat down and howled. Claire looked at her and laughed. He would definitely have attacked me if it weren't for Baden, the heroine said with a smile. And Ellis, in response, said that they finally bathed Jessie. They couldn't persuade her for 8 months. Subsequently, Ellis noticed that Baden had become much faster, and that participating in the hunt would not be a problem. Claire closed her eyes and said that she too would try not to regret anything. The maid took the dog away to wash it. Then the heroine decided to ask if they don't usually prepare scarves for the participants. Will you cook for someone? Ellis asked her. Claire replied that it was for Brooks. He said that he would also participate. Ellis asked her to show him a famous clothing store. The heroine, after thinking for a while, she said she would like to do the embroidery herself, and if there was anyone who could help her. Of course, Ellis replied. smiling and saying that this man was standing right in front of her. Then he said that he was actually better at embroidery, and that she could never beat him at that. Claire asked who he was. They approached a painting of a young man who looked like her. Ellis said it was her brother Elliot Angels. Is it true that he is handsome? Ellis asked. Yes, the girl replied. Ellis suddenly asked if Elliot was more beautiful than the Marquis. The heroine looked at the photo again and said she didn't think so. And so time flew by. Ellis helping Claire with the scarf. The day of the house competition has arrived. All participants arrived at the Ramona Forest, including Claire and Brooks Lawrence. As soon as the heroine got off the carriage, she was breathless at all this beauty. Then Claire turned to Brooks and called him, and holding a handkerchief in her hands, she told him that he was also participating in the competition. So she decided to prepare. Take it, please take it, said the girl, and handed him the handkerchief. Brooks held out his hand, and Claire said it was a 4-leaf clover, considered a symbol of good luck. Who made this scarf, Joseph? Or Ronald? Asked Brooks with a smile. No, the girl incorrectly said. This is the clumsy work of a novice named Claire Lawrence. Brooks was surprised and said, My God, you personally made my scarf. The girl shyly said yes. That it was she who wanted to show the sincerity of her feelings. The hero said this is a great gift, and it seems that today he is luckier than the god of luck himself. Then he handed her a box with a bow and told her, This is my scarf for you. The girl took the gift and thanked her husband. She opened the box and he asked her if she liked the scarf. The heroine took out a scarf and told him because he said the scarf would not be too luxurious. Brooks said it's a rather modest scarf, and anyone would agree. Then he smiled and said that although in this place many people cannot distinguish luxury from modesty, and it's better that they don't, let Ellis ask. The girl objected by saying that Ellis was her subordinate, and she would answer him sincerely. He replied that it was difficult to trust another. It had been 3 months since they were together. She laughed and said that he acted as if they had been together for 30 years. Brooks smiled back at her and said that now it is 3 months, and then it will be 30 years. The heroine looked at him surprised, and she told herself that she was 30 years old. Then I sadly thought that this was impossible. She looked down and thought that they had less than a year of married life left. And Brooks looked at her inquisitively. As soon as the hero wanted to say something, she interrupted him, thanking him for the gift anyway, but that she couldn't use it as a handkerchief. Brooks smiled and said that then there are other uses. After asking her forgiveness, he turned his back on her and tied a scarf to her ponytail. Brooks said done, and she looked at him surprised. Turning around, the boy with a happy face told his wife that it suits her very well. The heroine also smiled back at him and said that she had told him that she couldn't use it as a handkerchief. And suddenly, they shouted about the start of the house competition, and that all participants should gather. Behind the main person, supervising the competition, was a board with the participant lists. Claire looked at the lists and said she was in the initials. And you resorted to Brooks. He read the experts on the board with displeasure. Then he said that it was Will who submitted his application as an expert, and that he would go now and change it. The girl replied that it was too late to change. The devil said Brooks annoyed, and Claire said she had to go, and wished him good luck. The heroine was stretching her arms and preparing for her first competition. Suddenly, someone hit her on the back of the head. It turned out to be Emily Smith. She gave Claire a fake smile and told her, My God, I didn't bump into you on purpose. You were blocking my way. Be careful. The protagonist, without lifting her head, said her name. Miss Emily Smith. Emily continued sarcastically, asking her if she really decided to participate in the competition, and if she would look forward to what artifacts Claire would show this time. The girl looked at her and then said she was grateful to be waiting for this, and said she had to go. When Claire moved away from her, Emily looked at her angrily, and the heroine began to think that somehow she hadn't seen Charlotte. who Emily always goes with, she came alone. Or something like that, and thought it would be better to get out of here as soon as possible. But suddenly Emily stopped her and asked her where she was rushing to. The heroine looked at her and told her that if she wants to say something, she should speak quickly, she doesn't have much time. Emily smiled and said that she seems to have changed a lot after the marriage. And it seems she feels she is behind the strong backing of her husband. Claire told her that she didn't think she should reprimand her for this. But Emily tried to shout at her when Ellis arrived and calmed her down by telling her she had to stop. The three stood up. Emily was very angry. All the people crowded around and watched how this conflict would end. Huh? Even Madame Angels is here, Emily said, and added that after all, the rumors about the strength of the Marquis family are true. Then Claire intervened and told her to be careful what she said, and that she didn't think Emily wanted to step on the same rake again. Or did you forget what happened last time, the heroine asked. What did you say? Emily said angrily, and continued with a smile that she was very scared, and asked her if she was threatening her now. Then when leaving, Emily told Claire not to worry, that in any case, they would not see each other again. Ellis asked Miss Emily if she understood what she was saying now. The heroine suddenly wondered why Emily had come to her, and it didn't look like she had come to fight. Suddenly, Ellis looked at the heroine and asked her what kind of smell was coming from her. Claire replied that she used the perfume he gave her for her birthday. She said it was a happy perfume. Ellis, hesitating a little, told her, well, yes. And she thought that the perfume seemed different to her. The smell was somehow different. Claire asked her what it was, and she said it was nothing, and smiled at her. It's time for us to move, said Ellis. And the girl agreed with her. They went to the forest. Claire saw a rabbit and ran after it. Then she called Baden. Baden began to circle the rabbit, and Claire controlled him perfectly. Now I have to suffocate it with water, she thought. Baden began to strangle the rabbit, but the poor thing squealed pitifully. Claire continued to suffocate the poor rabbit with water, and the girl started crying because of how pitifully the rabbit looked at her and squealed. Then she ordered Baden to release the rabbit, and he ran into the forest. Claire remained crying and thought that she couldn't do it. Baden approached her and hugged her, and she told him that it wasn't his fault, that she wasn't prepared, so she let him go. The girl, dejected, thought that even if she managed to find a good prey, she still wouldn't be able to kill the animal. Suddenly she knelt down and watched beautiful white birds fly, and thought how beautiful the Ramon forest is. An idea came to her, and smiling, she invited Baden for a walk in the forest. After a while, they went to a lake, and the girl told Baden how beautiful it was there. She approached the lake and bent down. Looking at the water, she noticed how clean it was, and I thought I could even see my reflection clearly. The heroine was about to touch the water when she heard a crack behind her. It was a beautiful deer that was looking at her and seemed to understand everything. The deer approached the girl very closely. It stood next to her and began to drink water. The girl thought that this deer didn't seem very afraid of people. The deer began to sniff closer and closer to the girl, and she thought what he was smelling here all the time. And she remembered that it smelled like cookies. Do you want to eat this? Said the girl, showing the handkerchief to the deer. And the heroine opened the handkerchief. She put it on the ground and told him to serve himself. The fawn began to eat everything with appetite, and Claire still felt touched by him and told him not to hurry. But the deer got so carried away that it almost completely ate the scarf. The girl shouted, no, this cannot be eaten. But the deer got scared and ran away with the handkerchief in its teeth. But the heroine immediately ordered Baden to catch up with him. Baden quickly ran after him and circled the deer's legs to stop it. The deer fell. The girl ran closer and saw him unconscious, but the scarf was intact and lay next to him. The heroine took the handkerchief and began to examine it. It turned out that it was broken in some places. I won't be able to use it anymore. Why did I come here? Thought Claire sadly. The girl stooped, lowered her head, and started to cry. If she should have gone to these competitions. Bodin is already big, and besides he will die soon anyway. She started thinking that, for the first time in her life, she had motivation. But in the end, nothing went well for her. Then Bodin hugged her again. And she told him that she didn't think she could do it. And offered to return. Suddenly, a terrible beast appeared out of nowhere. And growled at the girl. She looked at him fearfully. Emily's carriage quickly drove through the Ramona forest. She sat very excited. And thought. Emily was thinking if she had succeeded. She deliberately provoked Claire in front of everyone. No one realized that this was her plan. This woman is evil, she said. How dare she spread all sorts of rumors? And Charlotte Spring doesn't help me. Although I always did everything for her. Suddenly, something happened to the carriage. And Emily suddenly felt bad that she couldn't survive. She kept screaming and calling for help because she couldn't breathe anymore. Claire thought this was a beginner's course. Where did the wolf come from? The wolf growled and jumped on the girl. She turned around scared and covered her head with her hands. Suddenly, the dagger pierces the wolf's head. And it falls. The heroine looks at the wolf fearfully. And cannot understand what happened. Where did the dagger come from? S.R.A. Lawrence is fine, Madame Ellis called her. She ran to Claire and apologized because it was so late that she needed to go straight to her. And not to Miss Emily. Miss Emily Smith asked her heroine. And wondered if it was then. Ellis interrupted her by saying that her smell attracted monsters. And apologized because she didn't understand immediately. Only that someone tried to make sure she didn't notice anything. Claire suddenly realized why Emily bumped into her back then. It was her plan from the beginning. Ellis said that Claire couldn't stay here, since all the monsters would run away, and that she would take her to the starting point. But the heroine objected, saying that this way the monsters could escape in a crowded place. It would be better for her to swim in the lake. Madame Ellis, after thinking about the water for a while, said that Bodin could help her. He could clean her. Okay, I completely forgot about you. Bodin, then I trust you, said Claire and held out her hand. Suddenly, Brooks hugged the heroine from behind and told her that it was too cold outside for her to swim. The heroine opened her mouth in surprise to see the Marquis here. Then she asked him how he got here. If his course was not far from them. Brooks said he just took one step. The girl clarified by chance the step. Not with the help of magic. He replied cheerfully that perceptive she was. Don't worry, said the boy. I use cleaning magic. He snapped his fingers, and some kind of bright glow appeared around Claire. She looked at everything with delight. The glow continued to surround Brooks. And Claire. There was a slight wind, and the girl took out her handkerchief. And looked at it. I'm done, Brooks suddenly said. Claire thanked him for his help. Claire looked at her husband and handed him the handkerchief, telling him that she couldn't save it. That it was all her fault. Brooks looked at her and said there was nothing wrong. He took Claire's hands, in which there was a handkerchief. And miraculously, it turned into a beautiful blue rose. Claire couldn't take her eyes off the magic happening before her eyes. The hero took this flower and pinned it to her hair. Then, after admiring his wife, he said it suited her very well. The girl looked at him with admiration and gratitude, and Brooks thought, Lawrence helped me. Let's go, said the boy. He turned around and told Ellis that the competition was not over yet, but that it would be better if they returned. Ellis said that she would also go with them. But Brooks told her no. You can enjoy the house, he said, and left with Claire. Ellis laughed and said that, if you think about it, she hasn't caught anything yet, and she will still look around a bit. And let them go. Claire turned to her and told her with a smile, okay. Thank you, Madam Ellis, we are leaving. Ellis bowed to them and thought about something. While standing, the warriors approached her and pointed their swords at her. It's a good thing you are paying attention. We could have slit your throat, said the man. He continued by saying that their plan was to attack the animals, not people. Ellis looked at him inquisitively and introduced herself as Will, the chief assistant to the Marquis of Lawrence, who, despite all difficulties, remains her faithful servant. She continued in silence, and Will asked her how she felt talking to him calmly. Suddenly, he asked her if it was she who gave that perfume to Mrs. Lawrence. Ellis replied that she did nothing that could harm her. Will said with a smile that he doesn't blame her for this. In any case, he had already checked everything, so there is no problem with that. Ellis said nervously that she had a strange sequence of actions. He replied that the lady was very important to the Marquis, and that if something happened to her, Ellis could easily die. But let's get to the point, said Will. And he asked her why she had come to Mrs. Lawrence. I have already told everything, Madame Ellis replied. A strange woman in a robe appeared in the angel's mansion. She introduced herself to Ellis and told her name was Catherine, and that she had come to collect her things. Catherine said it was a music box, that it was a bird with a broken neck in a cage with the name Elijah written on it. Ellis said she didn't know anything, and that she should leave, and she replied that she was the owner of the box. Ellis got angry and asked where the proof was that it was hers, and that he hadn't heard anything about this woman. Catherine asked her if she would believe her if she told her everything in 3 months. Ellis's older brother would become the head of the Angel's family. Ellis was stunned, and she wanted to say something, but a woman interrupted her and told her that Count Angels had disappeared and would die in 3 months, but the father can return sooner. Ellis objected, and Catherine replied that she would not return. Why, she continued. Brooks Lawrence must have killed him already. Ellis was paralyzed with bewilderment and didn't know what to say. Then she continued her story that after accidentally meeting Mrs. R.A. Claire at a tea party, they started a conversation under the pretext of her interest in magic, and added by saying that she did not want to harm the lady in any way. Will asked her if she knew anything about the woman in the robe. Ellis replied that the woman had gray hair, and that they hadn't found the music box she was talking about. Maybe she didn't exist from the beginning. Ellis continued. It seems that was her goal. Will interrupted her and told her that he would tell the Marquis her whole story. The assistant began to wonder if the woman in the robe wanted to show that she was already in the capital, or if she was pursuing another goal. And suddenly Ellis told him that she also wanted to know something. Well, let's ask, said Will. She asked him if it was true that Count Angels had died. Yes, Will replied, and Ellis whispered. It means they killed him. The assistant asked her if she was thinking about how to take revenge. She replied by no means. She just regretted not being able to kill him. Will asked her surprised how to kill him. Ellis said he was a very stern man, and that he had no concept of family. He just talked nonsense, she said, and said she was afraid he would return. And that's why she thanked him for killing him. The assistant was shocked by her story, but she didn't say anything about it. Claire and Brooks were riding a white horse at that moment. The boy asked her if she felt comfortable, and she replied that everything was fine. Then he asked her if she didn't need to hunt now. He replied with a smile that he had already caught what he was supposed to catch. The girl turned around and said that this means she had already caught the prey. He replied, well, yes. Claire wondered why she was so upset because it was normal. She seemed to become more emotional after returning to the past. She dismissed all these thoughts and asked him, smiling, what she had caught. Brooke said it was a secret because he wanted to surprise her. The girl nodded, saying that it was a tradition to dedicate the loot to her lover. Then she asked him about his catch, because she also wanted to hunt a servant for him. No. The heroine said it was an accident. The servant simply fell onto the grass. He replied that an accident was not bad either. They continued galloping, and the heroine saw those same white birds again, and said, wow. She looked up and thought about how incredible it was that she had recently wondered what she had forgotten in the competition, and was so angry about everything. But now she was happy to be here. Claire looked at Brooks and thought that maybe it was all because of him. Well done, Claire, the hero suddenly told her. She smiled back at him and said that he was great too. They arrived at the beginning of the Ramon Forest Point. Most of the participants had already gathered there and were discussing something huge lying on the ground and wondering who could have done it. And Claire stood up with her mouth open. Someone asked Brooks if he really did it, and he proudly replied yes. Brooks stood next to the huge green beast and told Claire that he was the one who caught this sea beast especially for her. Claire was surprised and could only say thank you. But the boy said the beast was not very beautiful, and he knew it wasn't what she expected. So he prepared something for her and handed her a beautiful white rabbit that looked very similar to the one she failed to strangle. She looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked Brooks what he wanted to do with the rabbit, if it was really a scarf. And he said, "This is what you think of me." "I was joking," said Claire, laughing and hugging the rabbit. In the evening, Brooks sat in his office and read the letter. The letter said, "The Bronsons have forgiven me." Brooks read it, thought about something. He crumpled the letter and threw it away. Then he asked the assistant what it meant. Will replied that perhaps this means that Catherine got into Bronson, and maybe she instigated Emily Smith. Brooks said he noticed that Emily was acting suspiciously. The assistant said that after that she was found dead in the carriage. The cause of death was a heart attack. But Brooks replied that it was not a heart attack. Everything happened because of black magic. He felt a slight trace of magic. Then the hero said that Emily Smith has no magic, but that she was someone who has very good skills. Then Will deduced that this meant she was targeting Mrs. Claire. Brooks, closing his eyes, said that everyone knows that the Duke doesn't care about his eldest daughter, and he needs Claire to be perceived only as Lawrence. The assistant asked if Catherine could be colluding with Duke Bronson. The hero said he didn't think so, that she would not act so hastily. Brooks, after thinking for a moment, told the officer to check who Emily Smith was in contact with and where she was going. Will bowed to the master and said that they were already working on it and that there was no need to worry about Bronson finding out. Anyway, they had already gathered enough evidence. "Okay," said Brooks, and told the assistant he could leave. Greedy Brooks whispered to Chloe that you must protect Waldorf's only daughter, but in return, you will have to get rid of Bronson, and continued that this way this child could gain freedom. Assistant Will and Servant Mason met in the castle hallway. Assistant Will asked him why he was here, if now was not the right time for a report. The Marquis was not in the mood. Mason said that if it was about Catherine, it would definitely be a matter of time before they found her. Will didn't say the Marquis always gets upset when it comes to the Brunson family. The servant said angrily that he thought it was because the opportunity to take revenge on them was approaching. Assistant Will told him that this was not the case, that it was all because of Mrs. Claire. Brooks was originally a strange person, but he changed after their wedding. He has become weirder, snapped Assistant Will. The servant asked him if it was good. The assistant said it was possible. Then he thought about choosing a gift, and Will began to recall the moment when he talked about the gift with Brooks. The gentleman then asked that the luxurious gift was too big a burden for the girl, and the assistant just opened his mouth in perplexity. Will asked the gentleman if he meant a gift for Mrs. Lawrence. Brooks said that Claire is slowly starting to get used to this life. "That's why I don't want to give something simple," said the hero, and Will asked him if he was addressing him now. Then the Marquis said that nothing could be done, that he would have to give her a white rose. His assistant asked Rose. Brooks replied yes, that he would like to. Will agreed that the lady would definitely like the gift, and Brooks looked severely at the assistant for mocking him that way. Then the hero said that this is not what he would like to give, and he also said that he would like to give her a more meaningful gift after which she wouldn't complain about him. The assistant, after thinking for a while, he asked if he would like to receive a kiss from the lady after the gift, apologizing again for his words. Will thought this would be a very good occasion. He wondered how the gentleman looked at Claire differently, and how sincere he was with the lady. On the battlefield, Brooks Lawrence is rather a tough demon. But with her, he is different. Who knew he could be like this? Will said. And in his head, he started to imagine how the gentleman looked at her with loving eyes and gave her flowers. Then he summarized that these are still good changes. God, the master, has changed for the better. Servant Mason asked in disbelief. Claire came to visit Ellis at the Angels' mansion. They were having tea and Ellis said she wanted to tell the heroine something. Claire asked her that it seemed she didn't want to say it before in front of the Marquis. Then she said she was surprised by the fact that he sent her a carriage. Ellis said she wanted to apologize to her. After a short pause, she continued by saying that, in reality, she was pursuing some objective by communicating with her. The heroine thought, after hearing, that Ellis was pursuing an objective. Then, closing her eyes, Ellis said she wanted to know about the Marquis's family, but that she had no intention of harming them. However, she in no way justified the reason for her actions. Claire drank tea and said with a sigh, "Who among the nobles does something without a reason?" She started recalling Brooks's words. He told her he thought it was possible to separate from Ellis Angels. If Miss Angels had had bad intentions, Brooks wouldn't have let her. The heroine thought. Ellis asked Claire if she would accept her apologies. The girl smiled and said that everything is fine, that she has nothing to worry about, that she forgives her. Ellis asked, surprised, if she was angry. She replied that nothing had happened to her. But Ellis didn't give up and began to insist more strongly that to some extent it was a betrayal on her part. And for some reason Claire was not ashamed of this. Now the heroine was surprised and told her that she had never seen this situation this way. Ellis looked down and said she thought they were very close. But it seemed that the mistress did not count on her. Claire could not understand why she was saying that, and stared at her. She was not disappointed, Ellis thought. Ellis thought about Mrs. Claire Lawrence. She had never met anyone like her. She is very calm and peaceful. When they are together, Ellis feels calm. And Ellis thought that Claire felt the same way. But it turned out that she expected nothing at all from their communication. The heroine suddenly turned to her and told her that if Ellis wants to say something, she should say it. Clearing her throat, Ellis asked the lady if she would like to be her friend. Claire asked her friend, surprised by this. And the heroine suddenly remembered how Tom extended his hand to her and told her that we will be friends forever. He was the only friend with whom they started a relationship. And they got married. But all those words were empty promises. We will be friends forever. Now the heroine is indifferent to such words. However, I am quite an ordinary person, Claire suddenly said, and continued that even if Ellis communicated with her, she would receive no benefit from it. Ellis was stunned and said that she was not looking for benefits. The only thing she wanted was to talk to her like this over a cup of tea. Then, lowering her head, she said she apologized because she wanted to get her consent for friendship. You are against it? Ellis asked the lady. Claire sat silently, not knowing what to say. Then Ellis said that, if the lady does not want to, she can refuse. Then she will return to loneliness, and she will no longer be friends with anyone. The heroine suddenly realized who this style of communication reminded her of. She remembered how Brooks gave her a rose, and told her that, if she didn't accept the rose, he would have no choice but to burn the entire garden. Claire started thinking that she and Ellis didn't know each other well enough. And besides, she didn't know if this friendship would be beneficial for her. But the girl continued to think. Soon the Marquis would leave her anyway. Less than a year left before he kills her and gets rid of the Bronsons. Therefore, this will not harm her in any way. The heroine thought and told Madame Elise, "Okay, we will see each other again, everyone," and added that she didn't want to be alone in the mansion all the time. Elise thanked her and asked if the lady would allow her to be a little more cheeky, and asked the lady if she could call her by her first name and not speak formally. You can do that, Ellis asked the heroine, and she thought about it. After thinking for a moment, Claire smiled and told Ellis. Claire and Brooks were having dinner in the living room and talking. She told him that she and Madame Ellis Angels were friends now. Then she said she didn't know if it was right to call their relationship friendship. And Brooke said that if they were close, then it was friendship. You talked a lot with Madame Angels. The hero asked her. She asked the Marquis if he had friends. And he said that for some reason, this question hurt him. The girl started asking him again if he really had no friends. Because he communicates well with many. Brooks replied yes, with many. But these are not friends. For him, his wife is more important. The heroine was a little surprised by his words and said that she understood. Do you want to ask anything else? Brooks said and started thinking. Then Claire asked him, why is there another person close to him? No, he is talking about Assistant Will. And he replied that she shouldn't exaggerate. By the way, as far as I understand, the owner of the Angels family will soon change. The heroine asked. Yes, I heard that too, Brooks replied. The hero said that there are many rumors about this. And he asked her if she considered that person handsome. The girl replied yes. He said that now he was not talking about himself, but about Ellis's brother. And Claire replied that he was handsome. And he looked like Ellis. The hero put dress sketches on the table and told the heroine to choose what she liked. The girl asked surprised why the dress was needed. She already had enough. But the hero said that soon there would be a ball in honor of the house competition. Then he said that her dress should match his clothes. Claire asked him if she had to go. And he replied that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to go. Brooks said that, however, he couldn't avoid going since he got first place in the competition. And for that he needed a partner. He didn't have other close people. So it would be a little awkward for him. And then the girl agreed to go with him. But the girl said she didn't need a new dress. That she didn't want to stand out too much. Brooks just replied that the more delicious food you eat, your receptors get better. And it seems she is still not used to luxury. He said that from now on all clothes and food would be better than before, and added that he wanted to see in her what she would really like. A couple of days later, Claire was still wondering which dress to choose. Brooks, drinking with a smile, he said that he had already paid for every dress model, and that he didn't want to see these dresses on other ladies. The girl asked surprised if he had really bought all this. The girl asked him why he was spending money on a dress model that she didn't even wear. These are not just models, Brooks said. And he snapped his fingers, while these drawings immediately turned into real dresses and spun above her head. The heroine looked at them and couldn't believe what she saw. Brooks said it would be better for her to try them all on herself, so that she could decide which one she liked best. The girl reconciled and said, okay, it's your money, and you can use it as you wish. The hero laughed in response and thanked her for the permission. She looked at the model again, decided on a green dress, and said she liked it. The boy asked her if she would be cold in this dress. There were other options, but she said it was fine, that she would be inside. He thought for a moment and said that it's okay, that she can try it on, and the girl thanked him. The girl tried on this charming green dress, and looking at herself in the mirror, she was finally satisfied. Brooks looked at his wife and said she looked beautiful in everything she wore. She thanked him and said she thought she needed to improve her posture. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked if her compliments didn't sound sincere to her. Anyway, Brooks said. And he looked at her neck and said she was missing a necklace. She looked at herself in the mirror and said she wasn't sure if it was necessary here. Brooks told her not to worry, that they would find her something that would suit her. Now Claire also asked him if he hadn't heard how sincere his words were. He laughed, and she said that he was probably thinking that she looked like a fool. No way, Brooks said. He pulled her towards him and kissed her. And after the kiss, he said he was happy to have such a sweet wife. The girl blushed and coughed to tell him not to act like a womanizer. And Brooks replied how rude she was, because she was the only woman in his life. We don't know what will happen next, Claire said sadly, thinking a little about her words. Brooks took her hand, pulled her towards him, and kissed her. She tried to break free and moaned for him to let her go. But the hero continued to kiss her. Then the heroine finally broke his kiss. And catching her breath, she said she almost suffocated. The boy looked at her very strangely. And she didn't understand what that look meant. Brooks then coughed and apologized. The girl told him sternly that his joke had gone too far. He just smiled at her and told her he would be careful in the future. The heroine wanted to tell him something else, but he interrupted her and told her that if she chose this dress, they would make the dress to her size, and they would return it already tailored. I went, Brooks said, turned around, and headed for the door. The girl remained frozen in place, and thought that she had come up with it. Brooks walked and thought about what was wrong with him. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by emotions. And before he had always controlled his emotions. He simply didn't want to hear any word of refusal or submission coming from her mouth. Suddenly, the hero got up and hit the post with his fist and said that he really didn't resemble him. The next day, Ellis sat with Claire for breakfast and complained that no one accepted her, despite the fact that she did well in the house competition. Then, Ellis asked the lady if she had a place for her. Claire replied that she could not interfere in these matters. And she didn't say herself that she didn't need anything from her. Ellis said that she herself could pass the entrance exam, and that she only wanted to get a place in the exam. But the heroine told her she couldn't promise anything, and apologized to her. The girl suddenly asked Ellis why she had come today. She replied that she wanted to warn in advance that, in honor of the hunting competition, the imperial family would hold a ball, where Richard and Bronson were supposed to announce their engagement. Claire looked at her. Then she lowered her head and said that this means it is time for this. Tom and Samantha, the heroine, thought they would never see each other again. And she did not expect that they could meet so soon. Then the girl smiled at Ellis and continued drinking her tea. Ellis thought about her, about how she hides her emotions very well. And it seems to her that now she is hiding something. Someday the day will come when she can trust someone. But Ellis suddenly thought sadly that she would never become that person for her. Little Brooks was standing by the window. It was pouring rain. Chloe called him and asked if he didn't like her appearance. "Listen to me," she said, "the more you don't have, the more you want to look more luxurious. Because such people do not want to be looked down upon." Chloe continued by saying that this baby was beautiful, and it seemed that she could wear a red dress. But curiously, Chloe herself began to wear more and more casual clothes. "But I repeat," she told him, "a bright dress looks prettier." Brooks said he didn't care about clothes as such. Chloe told him that one can be born with everything, but be completely empty inside. And she asked him if he thought that at least she should dress well. Brooks didn't answer that way, and she said he was right. But that soon he too would fall in love with luxury. And in the end, he will look for love. There is nothing more beautiful than love. But she doesn't know if she will ever be able to love. Chloe said about Claire that this girl is beautiful, and she thinks a red dress would suit her well. In the end, Brooks said he still likes the color red. The girl at breakfast asked him if he wanted another dress. "No, it's fine," Brooks said. Then Claire joked that she thought he had already improved the country's economy enough with his purchases. And he laughed in response. The hero began to think that he would never have thought that his wife could refuse him. Something happened. The heroine asked him, and he replied that he meant that this green dress suits her white skin very well. Then he smiled and said that although he likes red, green is not bad either. The girl thanked him, and he felt her silently in response. Then Brooks left, saying he had things to do. When the hero left, he hit the open door with his fist and went out. Claire thought he was behaving strangely and decided to ask assistant if he knew that there might be some problem with Brooks regarding the dress. And he said no. Smiling at her, he replied that he thought it was because she was very beautiful. The girl said he wasn't telling the truth. It seems Brooks told her what was wrong. "Did no one tell me anything?" Assistant replied. The assistant began to recall a recent conversation with Brooks. He was sitting at his desk and was drumming his fingers on it. Will told him that he could ask Mrs. Claire to wear a different dress. Brooks told him that what matters is what Claire likes. Nothing else matters. The assistant dared to say that the gentleman didn't care at all how he would dress the lady. The hero threatened him with cutting his bonuses and asked him why he was giving everything away immediately. Assistant Will then asked him if he knew when he started acting strangely. Brooks looked at him inquisitively and continued that when he can't stand in front of the lady to say what he likes and what he doesn't, and asked him why he behaves this way in front of her. Brooks suddenly said that he didn't like it and that he only loved his wife. In any case, the assistant continued, "If you don't say it, I will do it in your place. The lady should know your true feelings." The hero got angry and told him not to cross the line. And as soon as Brooks got up from his seat, the maid suddenly entered and said that it was time to go and that she would go inform the lady. Assistant Will and the maid bowed to Brooks and were about to leave. But the hero told the assistant that he was very lucky today. The maid looked at Assistant Will, then at her master with concern and fear. When they left the office, Will told the maid that he was grateful that she had arrived on time. The time for the ball arrived. Claire and Brooks arrived at the luxurious castle. All the guests of the evening stood on the red carpet and looked with interest at their carriage. As soon as Brooks and Claire got out of the carriage, everyone began to whisper that the Marquis had arrived. And the Marquisess Lawrence. One of the girls said that Mrs. Lawrence became much more beautiful after getting married. And the tea got better, someone said. And Claire walked and listened to everything. Already in the hallway, some girls started asking the heroine. One asked what cosmetics she uses. And the dress is very beautiful, who sewed it? And the other said that the lady has such beautiful skin. Claire thanked them for the compliment with a smile. The men who were near Brooks were discussing the new tax policy. But he didn't listen to them. He only looked at his wife. And Brooks looked at her décolletage and thought something of his own. Someone next to him called him, and he apologized and said he was a little distracted. The hero took a glass from a passing waiter and asked her if she liked the ball. "Will, is that you?" said Brooks, and asked him what kind of attire he was wearing. The assistant replied that it was so cold today that he decided the cloak would be perfect for the weather. Brooks stood up and started thinking about something again. Claire was not far from him with the girls. Will asked him what he didn't like, and the Marquis replied that he told her not to cross the line, and asked him how much the cloak cost. 3, the assistant said, and pointed with his fingers. And Brooks, puzzled, said 300 gold pieces. Because this is robbery. The assistant told him not to waste time on trifles. He didn't say himself that he would prepare the best for his beloved. Brooks looked at him and said, "Good hands." The assistant said excellent, and handed him the cloak. Then he wished him to enjoy the ball. While Brooks was standing with the cloak in his hands, someone approached him and said, "Long time no see, Marquis Lawrence." It was Claire's father, the hero. He did not expect to see him. "Your Excellency, Duke Bronson." The boy greeted him. The Duke asked him how he was. Claire at that moment went out onto the terrace to get some fresh air. She was very tired. She thought about the few people who had spoken to her on such nights before. Then she felt cold and wanted to go inside, when suddenly someone also went out onto the terrace. The heroine turned around and saw Tom Richard. Claire told him she shouldn't have gone out onto the terrace after seeing that someone was there. "I wanted to meet you," said Tom. What happened if Richard asked the heroine? He got angry, clenched his fist, and told her not to call him that. After a short silence, Tom said he had a beautiful dress, and that he regretted marrying a man who didn't allow her to wear the clothes she liked. Claire frowned and asked him what he was talking about. Tom replied that she had never worn anything like this before her wedding. She had always liked simple clothes, and it suited her very well. The girl told him that she really liked the dress, and she shouted that it was her choice. He couldn't believe it and asked her again if it was her choice. Claire closed her eyes and said that she liked it. Tom was perplexed and started shouting that he couldn't believe it. He covered his ears and stood up. And the girl looked at him and was shocked. Then, the heroine told him that she didn't think they had anything else to talk about. When she said she was leaving, and that she wanted to take a step, Tom took her hand and asked her to stop. Claire asked him what he was doing and asked him to let go of her hand. But Tom kept holding on and asked her if she was happy to marry Brooks. The heroine replied that she was satisfied with everything. Then she said, "Let go of me again." She pulled her hand away and left. Tom turned to stop her, but it was too late. Claire was gone. The girl entered the hallway and thought that even inside it had become cool. But suddenly, Brooks approached her from behind and carefully put a cloak on her shoulders and told her that it's great today. No. Claire looked at him gratefully. While they were standing, a girl approached them and, apologizing, asked Marquis Lawrence if she could invite him to dance. Brooks politely told her that due to his leg injury, he would not be able to dance with her. The girl confusingly said okay and walked away. And when she had already walked away, he said that this was happening to him. Brooks then extended his hand to his wife and asked her if she wanted to dance with him. Claire asked him what about his leg. He replied with a smile that it was almost healed. And she told him that, well, he was very good at healing magic. Brooks replied that he was so good at it that he used magic to relieve the pain. They began to dance, and the girl told him that he was a great dancer. And he smiled at her. Then he leaned towards her face. He winked and said that everything was because she was with him. While they were dancing, Tom Reacher watched them with a grimmer look than a cloud. Tom stood up and couldn't believe what he was seeing. And the words she had said earlier still couldn't get out of his head. He thought about her, recalled their childhood together, the past, and that Tom was her only friend who was always with her. So why is Claire with this man? Tom didn't give up. And suddenly, his memories turned into others, now strangers to him, where Claire asked to stay with her for a while. And when her body disappeared into the coffin, along with Brooks. Through some portal, Tom shouted, "No, bring her back." The boy thought and didn't understand what kind of memories these were. And Samantha approached him, worried about what had happened to him, and asked him if he was okay. "Yes, everything is fine," Tom suddenly told Ellie. Samantha was stunned about Ellie. Tom left, covering his face with his hand, and saying what he had just said, and apologized to Samantha, telling her that he didn't feel well, and that he would go out for a while. Samantha remained wondering who Ellie was. He wasn't dating another woman, although garbage like him could do that. She thought. Claire and Brooks finished dancing, and then they greeted each other. The Marquis offered her a glass of champagne. She thanked him and told him she was really looking forward to drinking something. Then Samantha approached the heroine and called her, "Long time no see, Oni." Samantha said. Brooks looked at her, and she said she needed to talk to her sister. Then she smiled and asked Claire if she could give her some time. They went out to the terrace, and Samantha told her she was engaged. Claire replied with a smile that it meant the time had come, and congratulated her on her engagement. Samantha told her sister sadly that she didn't really want to get engaged, and added that she admires her very much. And Brooks. Then she continued that if she could choose, she would have wanted to choose her own boyfriend. But in the end, she did what her mother told her. Claire remained silent. And Samantha suddenly said, "What if we ask them for help?" She looked at her sister hopefully. And then she turned around and said no. That it was better to forget about it. That in any case, there was nothing she could do about it. Claire asked her sister what happened. She didn't answer anything. She was on the right path. Samantha then smiled and said everything was fine. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening to her sister. And Sister Claire smiling. She apologized and said it was her mistake to tell her such a thing immediately after a month of dating. Then she said it was time to leave. And Claire told her not to worry. That Tom definitely loves her. Samantha turned to her. She smiled, said yes, and walked away. The heroine was left thinking that her sister perhaps had premarital depression. Tom really loves Samantha. Claire knows it better than anyone. But the heroine is not sure if Samantha loves Tom. When Claire entered the hall, she saw Samantha with her mother and Duke Bronson standing and talking. Claire looked at them and told herself that she seemed to be thinking too much. After all, Samantha doesn't have to get married if she doesn't want to. Besides, the main thing is that Duke and Duchess Bronson protect Samantha. They won't let her be unhappy. Then Brooks approached Claire with drinks and asked her if she had already spoken to her sister. The girl said they talked about her engagement, that not everything went well for them. Brooks said it seemed like her sister kept the bar low. And the heroine replied that she thought Samantha had made a good decision. Tom Reacher is the best boyfriend in the Empire. The girl said. The hero said it was because he was already married. And Claire told him he was very self-confident. The girl continued saying she believes Tom is a good choice. It's not for nothing that he is considered the best boyfriend. Brooks told her that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, because its content is much more important. And Claire told him that this came from a man who really loved luxurious clothes. He said he could take off his clothes if she wanted. Claire was surprised, and he said it was because he was even more handsome under his clothes. What are you talking about? Blushing, the heroine said. And he replied that he said that under this outerwear, he has the same elegant clothes. The girl said she had misunderstood everything, and he told her with a smile that she blushed. I know, Claire said, and touched his cheek. Why are you so cute? Brooks told her. The girl looked at him inquisitively, and the hero leaned towards her and kissed her. Claire, blushing even more, told him that people were watching them, and that he was attracting attention as always. He laughed and said he liked her confused expression. It was a pity that this moment did not last long. But people were immediately drawn to something completely different. They began to whisper and turn around saying, My God, look at this. Samantha was there with Tom Reacher and the Empress in front of them. Claire saw them and said the same thing to the Empress. And next to her were Tom and Samantha. The Empress suddenly said that they had good news for all the guests. The heroine looked down and thought that she really didn't want to look at him. Brooks saw out of the corner of his eye that his wife was a little nervous and took her hand. She didn't expect it at first, but then she looked at him gratefully and started thinking about Brooks. It's interesting that this man, before the heroine returned to the past, he also treated Samantha as well as her. No, the girl thought. This is a stupid question. She already knows what happened and how. In half a year, Marquis Lawrence will kill the entire Bronson family. And he will also kill his Bronson wife. The girl thought that she already knew how her life would end. The next day, the heroine walked in the garden and admired the flowers. Then Miss Ellis approached her and told her that the garden was very beautiful. The girl looked at her and asked why she had come without saying a word. Ellis replied with a smile that she had come for an interview with the Lawrence Knight. Then she said she decided to get closer to her for a while and asked her if she would mind becoming a vassal of the Lawrence family. Claire told her that she didn't mind at all and that she would even be happy. Ellis thanked her and said goodbye, telling her to wish her the best. The maid asked the lady what she thought, whether they would take Ellis or not. The heroine replied that she didn't even know if she would succeed. After a while, Claire and Ellis were sitting at the table and drinking tea. The heroine asked her what she thought, whether there would be a positive verdict. Ellis replied that few people could refuse such a capable person as her. Then the heroine replied well and said she wanted to ask her if her husband's birthday was coming up soon, and she doesn't know what gift to give him. Ellis replied that it was not an easy task, because the Marquis was very difficult to surprise. And in fact, she had never given gifts to men except him. Then Ellis suddenly realized and said, of course, we can ask him. The heroine looked at her bewildered by how they would ask him. And the gentleman said that he just arrived at the mansion today. Suddenly, Brooks came and asked if he could come in. Claire told him that he arrived early today. But they decided to go to the Angel's mansion. She would like to meet him. Brooks became sad and asked Claire if she had really decided to go to the Angel's mansion, and asked Claire what she wanted to talk to him about. The girl didn't know how to answer without telling him that she was going to see him to ask what the best gift was to buy Brooks. Then she told him that she just wanted to see him. "Don't worry," Ellis said. "I'll bring your wife back before night." Brooks was furious and then said he would send them a carriage to get there. Ellis said there was no need to worry so much, that they could have provided their own carriage. Brooks said no with a smile because he wanted to make sure he wouldn't have dinner alone. Alice laughed and said that he seemed to be very lonely. Claire intervened in their conversation and told Alice that Brooks was just joking and that she shouldn't be fooled. Then the heroine smiled at her husband and told him she would be back soon. Brooks remained silent and watched his wife leave with Miss Alice. Then Will told the master that perhaps it was time to admit it. And Brooks said no, that he doesn't love her, and asked what the reason for love is. He doesn't have one. You can fall in love without a reason. He thought that maybe he still loved her. But he pushed those thoughts away from himself and thought that what was happening to him couldn't be true. Assistant Will looked at his master and thought, God, how slow he is. When Claire and Ellis were driving to the mansion, the heroine thought about something. Ellis asked her what she was thinking about, and she replied that it was nothing. Then she decided to say that she thought Brooks looked strange and wondered what was wrong. Ellis asked her if she really didn't understand. The girl looked at her inquisitively. Then Ellis said that the Marquis was jealous of her because of him, because the Marquis loved her very much. The girl replied that this was definitely not the case. The heroine started thinking that she couldn't think that way, that he was just playing the role of a good husband. Suddenly, Ellis asked how the dance party went. She heard that Richard announced his engagement, and what she was thinking when she made such an announcement when Claire was also there. The girl told her that they wanted to show everyone their place. The royal family wanted to celebrate Richard's gathering. And Brunson, that's why they wanted her power. Claire continued. Ellis told her that she said that as if she was worried. And Claire replied that she was simply sad about it. Of course she was upset about meeting Tom and Samantha, who lived in the same house. She had never really communicated with Claire before. Samantha always felt awkward being near her, but she was so small that Claire never took offense at her. And Ellis asked why she thought the Marquis didn't love her. She replied that she was the eldest daughter of the Bronson family, and that she was supposed to marry Lawrence. If Claire had married Tom, then Brooks would have proposed to Samantha. That's all. In other words, Brooks would have behaved exactly the same way as the heroine ended up with him. Ellis said sadly that she didn't think it was like that. And the girl smiled at her and said that she knew for sure that it was so. Claire started thinking that she actually became greedy the longer they spent time together. The more she desires to be able to be a little special for him. She already shows her greed with this. It's better not to even count on more. After all, she can die with a smile on her face. The heroine told Ellis that since meeting Samantha, she can't think about it. It's strange, she really asked. Ellis said that this is normal because Brooks is her husband. And this is the first time she has heard Claire say something like that to him. And she is glad that they have become a little closer. Claire smiled and said that it reminded her of Brooks. Ellis was surprised and asked in what way they were similar. And the heroine replied that they were similar because she was also a little strange. Why am I weird? I want an explanation, Ellis said. And Claire just laughed and thought about how she used to think that Ellis had a hidden motive when she said she wanted to be her friend. But now the girl doesn't think about it, since she will die soon anyway. That's why she said she didn't mind being her friend. And now Claire realizes how nice it is to be with Ellis. I wonder how she will feel when Claire dies. And the heroine befriended her because she knew her days were numbered. It was very selfish of her. Ellis stared at her with great curiosity. And the girl smiled and replied that someday she would tell her everything. and also said that she would like it if after telling her this, she pretended not to know anything. Ellis's words worried her even more. Claire thought she wanted everyone to think it was an accident, and she wants everyone to forget about the Lawrence family tragedy. To forget about her, to forget about all this. They had already arrived at the mansion, and they were talking to him about the gift. He said, why not give Claire something she is good at? Ellis asked him if that was all he had to offer, and he replied that the best gift was a sincere gift. Ellis was surprised. She said they already knew this. Why then did he bring Claire to the mansion? He apologized to his sister and to Claire and told the heroine not to worry, that he helped her a lot. She thought of a gift that only she could give. The heroine came home and told the servant and the assistant that she needed their help. They looked at each other, and Mason said displeasedly that of course he could help her in his free time. But why bother so much when the owner doesn't care about her day? On the contrary, Will was delighted and said that the owner would be very happy to receive a gift from her. The girl thanked them and asked them to keep this a secret from Brooks. Of course we won't tell anything, they said, and Claire left. A few days later, the heroine stood in front of the mirror and tried on a luxurious dress. Then Brooks came and said she was very beautiful and that her appearance would overshadow the boyfriend's. The heroine replied that Samantha would be in charge today, and Claire would not attract attention. I actually thought you wouldn't go to the engagement, the hero said. Claire replied that she had no intention of going. But then she changed her mind. I want to see it with my own eyes, the heroine said, and Brooks asked her what she wanted to see. The heroine smiled at him and said, let's go. Brooks thought for a moment and realized that she seemed determined. And he too, like Tom, wants to see Samantha as his wife and wants to make sure this is not a sweet nightmare, but a reality. Wedding hall, Tom Richard adjusts his suit and prepares for the entrance of the groom. Samantha approached him and told him that he looked very handsome today. He thanked her and said that she also looked very good. Samantha decided to tell him that her sister would also come today. Tom asked her why she should go if she didn't sincerely want to enjoy this holiday. Samantha thought about her fiancé, that he seemed like a normal person, but in reality, he was very narrow-minded. And why should she be with him? Tom's fiancé asked him if the headache bothered him already. He replied no, that lately he had been sleeping well, and he had no headaches. Samantha said with a smile that it was fine, and she offered to fix his tie. Tom thought to himself that he did the right thing by choosing Samantha, and soon the strange dreams with headaches should disappear completely. Ready, he said and smiled at her. Tom thanked her. Samantha then said that she also needed to get ready, and that it was time to leave. In the wedding hall, the ceremony is taking place. Tom and Samantha exchange rings in front of witnesses and a spiritual representative. Tom puts the ring on her finger. She smiles and presses her hands against his chest. Then the bride and groom exchange vows of love and fidelity. While Samantha was reading the vows, Tom heard someone enter and noticed him out of the corner of his eye. It was Marquis Lawrence, and the groom did not expect to see them. Tom said to himself, Claire, why did you come? And suddenly, his head started hurting again, and the same memories of Brooks taking Claire's body began. And Tom shouts to him, please return Duke Lawrence. And also memories associated with Claire, like her asking him if he would be late today. And the girl is left alone, sad. And Tom could do nothing. And suddenly, Tom Reacher faints from all these memories. And an unbearable headache. All guests are surprised. Samantha too, and she shouts what happened to him. The exhausted bride sat down next to Tom and kept saying his name for him to wake up. Brooks said that Tom Reacher has fainted, and it seems the engagement ceremony should be suspended. The main character asked what happened to him. After all, Tom is a healthy person. This has never happened to him. The Marquis looked at her and asked if she was really worried about him. But the girl was a little confused, and she replied no, simply that she didn't want to see him again. Too quick an answer. The hero thought and looked suspiciously at his wife. Then he smiled at her and told her not to worry, that they would not see each other again. Claire smiled back at him and agreed with him. After a brief silence, Brooke said there was too much noise here and suggested leaving. The girl replied yes. When she left, the heroine turned one last time to look at Tom. Claire and Brooks were having breakfast in the garden, and the hero said that Tom had been unconscious for several days. And gentlemen usually don't have this often, but it seemed that he was really very ill. The girl replied yes, it seems so. Then the girl added that Tom has a good doctor, so he will recover quickly. And she asked Brooks if she could go to the Angel's mansion because she wanted to spend the evening with Ellis. The hero smiled at her and replied that there was no need to go, that soon they would go together. Claire asked him when they could go there. Ellis felt lonely, as Count Elliot would not be in the mansion for a month. He replied that means the Count was not in the mansion. Then Brooke said with a smile that their trip would be cancelled, and that she could go alone. What? Claire asked him and wondered why he changed his mind. The hero told her that she could decide for herself when and where to go. Have a good time, Brooke said, and he was about to leave. The girl simply said okay, and remained wondering what was wrong with him. Brooks Lawrence was walking and thinking that lately he had been behaving strangely. Then he stopped and told himself that he should stay away from her. A few hours later, Brooks went down to the hallway and saw that the maids were helping his wife get dressed. The hero asked her if they were already getting ready for the trip. The girl replied yes. Claire said she was thinking of buying Alice a gift in return for her invitation to the mansion. Brooks heard all this and couldn't believe what he heard. Then she asked him if he had free time. She would go with her. The hero had no choice but to agree. They arrived at a shopping center where clothes are sold, silks and ties. When they entered the store, they were greeted by the salesman. The girl told him to show her the ties. A couple of minutes later, the salesman brought the girl a white tie with a ruby stone. The girl took it in her hands and looked at it. Then she said that at the same time, she wanted to give a gift to Count Elliot. And she asked Brooks, because he has good taste, if he would help her choose a gift. The hero looked at his wife dissatisfied and then said, okay, it's not difficult for him. Then Claire asked the salesman to show her something more colorful and that she wanted something that would stand out. Brooks thought indignantly that he wanted to give Elliot something special. The salesman brought the girl a purple tie, and she was delighted. She said it was pretty and the color was very nice, but she thought a purple one would suit the marquis well. Then she asked Brooks if he would try on the tie, and he asked her if it was a gift for Elliot. But he had no choice but to agree. She put a tie around his neck and asked him to lower his head. Otherwise, he was too tall. That's what the boy asked, and he bowed his head down. The girl tied the tie and said everything is ready. Now you can stand up straight. Brooke stood up straight with a serious face. Meanwhile, Claire and the salesman looked at him with delight and admiration. The salesman noticed that this is quite a striking color, but it looks simply stunning on the marquis. And the heroine said that it really suits him well. And then she asked Marquis Lawrence what he thought of the tie. He thought that he didn't think it suited Elliot's simple appearance. But finally, he told the girl that the scarf looked very good. Claire said great and asked the salesman to pack this tie for her. The salesman said okay. Wait a moment. Brooks thought to himself that he hadn't lied, because he hadn't said exactly who the tie would suit. While they were waiting for the gift to be wrapped, the girl gave Brooks hats for him to try on, one by one. Then she helped him try on different shoes. Finally, they left the shopping center, and the girl said with a smile that she had bought so many beautiful jewels. And Brooks walked behind with the boxes, a little dissatisfied, and he asked her if it was too much. She replied that it was quite a bit compared to how much money was spent on the last ball night. Claire asked him if he didn't usually spend so much money. He didn't know what to answer and simply remained silent. But I thought a dress for my wife. and a gift for Elliot were completely different things. The heroine said that he seemed to have bought everything he wanted for her so that he could go back. Good idea, the boy said, and they headed for the carriage. The girl thought that Brooks seemed not to have discovered her plan. She looked at him and thought that today was April Fool's Day. Brooks's birthday. The hero extended his hand to her and told her with a smile, "Madam, let's go home." Claire smiled back at the Marquis. She extended her hand and said okay. That same evening, the girl knocked on the door of Brooks's office. He was sitting studying some papers. When Claire went to see him, she asked if he could spare her a minute. He stood up and said, of course. How could he not give time to his wife? And asked her if something had happened. The heroine started to say that yes. And suddenly said that for this, she needed a place where there was no light. And Claire asked the Marquis if he could accompany her to the garden. At first, he was a little surprised. Then, smiling, he said that he would take her to a better place. Brooks snapped his fingers, a glow swirled around him. And a portal appeared. And a moment later, they found themselves in some kind of garden. Claire opened her mouth in surprise. After the glow disappeared. And the portal, the girl asked him where they ended up. The hero replied that this is Richmond Forest. In the Imperial Palace. No one comes here, so it's quiet here. And dark. And he added that no one would know they were here now. Then he asked what the heroine wanted to talk to him about. The girl mustered up her courage and said she would like to give him a gift. And she handed him a huge blue gemstone that looked like a diamond. What is this? It's really some kind of magic stone. Brooks thought. The heroine continued holding this stone in her hands, and water seemed to swirl around it. Then she called Baden. He appeared and hung over the stone. And some miracle began to happen. The stone hung over Claire's hands and began to turn into something else. And after a few moments, the stone took on an unusual shape. A crystal flower. Brooks opened his mouth in surprise and looked at this whole miracle without taking his eyes off it. All he did was look. And he couldn't say anything else. Then the girl handed him this crystal flower and told him that it was her birthday gift. Congratulations on your birthday, Claire said, and the Marquis was unexpectedly surprised. And he asked what it was and how. She asked him if he didn't fully understand what was happening. Because today was his birthday. The heroine then said that all the gifts she bought today were actually intended for him. Brooks was stunned. But she continued and asked him if he thought she would ask him to try on a gift for someone else. The hero smiled and said he had completely forgotten, and that she managed to fool him. The Marquis took his gift in his hands and said that it was a very beautiful flower. The girl began to say that she had studied a lot, and even asked the servant mason for help. And she was very happy that in the end, everything turned out well. Then, the heroine told Brooks that the ice flower would melt soon, but that she hoped it would bring him joy. The Marquis told her that he would warm the flower with his magic and keep it forever. The girl said she was proud to have such a talented husband. And he said he was very happy to have such a wonderful wife who took care of his birthday. She smiled at him and said she was glad he liked the gift, and that she also wanted to please him. After all, you prepared my last birthday. Thank you, Claire said. Brooks asked the girl if he could ask her a question as a birthday boy. The girl looked at him surprised and told him, well, ask. And the Marquis decided to ask Claire why she loved Tom Reacher. The heroine did not expect such a question, and she didn't know how to answer him. Brooks apologized for asking such a rude question. Then Claire replied, saying that it was so. That there was no particular reason. She said that, since she was little, she wanted to have a good family. And Tom seemed constant and responsible. That's why I chose him, that's all. The heroine finished. Brooks fell silent, thought about something for a moment. And then he asked the girl if she still loved Tom Reacher. Claire did not look at Brooks, but spoke to him with her back turned. And told him that she hadn't liked Tom for a long time. That she couldn't even remember when she stopped loving him. Then the girl turned to him and asked him with a smile why he suddenly decided to ask about this. "Why are you my wife?" The hero replied without thinking. Claire looked the Marquis in the eyes. Then she lowered her head and fell silent. And then Brooks, after a brief silence, told the girl that it was discouragement. Through discouragement, you can summon the water spirit Bodhin. The hero continued. The boy asked the girl if he could ask her what kind of discouragement she felt. And I, dear YouTube viewers, I want to ask about your impressions of this video, that you can leave in the comments. The heroine moved away from him and said, "No, don't ask about that." Brooks lowered his head and said it was fine. Claire didn't understand why, when suddenly the conversation turned to Tom Richard. The hero then asked if the Marquis could ask another question. She said that he just wanted to ask one question. Brooks replied that this time the question would really be the last one. And the girl agreed. The Marquis began to say that the matter would be quite simple. And it is. But then the heroine interrupted him and kissed Brooks on the lips. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. And a little surprised. After the kiss, the Marquis regained some sense and asked Claire how she could do this. "Do you mean how I realized you were about to kiss me?" The girl asked him. "By your eyes," Claire replied. "Because your facial expression changes when you are about to play with me." Brooks didn't expect this answer and asked how to play it. He frowned. He grabbed the heroine by the hands and told her that now he would do something she didn't expect. And then he warned her that he would not play with her at all now. How suddenly Brooks kissed Claire and hugged her tightly. The girl didn't expect this from him. And so they remained for a long time, hugging and passionately kissing. In the mansion, Bronson, Samantha, and her mother were talking about Tom Richard. Samantha started saying that the priests and doctors said they didn't know the cause of Reacher's illness. She continued saying that his body was fine, but that he wasn't waking up and that she didn't know what she could do to help him. The mother took her daughter's hand, holding her. But suddenly her face changed. And suddenly the mother let go of her daughter's hand and got up from the chair. She said displeasedly that now they would have trouble, since this engagement had been approved by the Empress herself. Samantha fell silent and lowered her head. Then her mother started to continue and told her that for now she should stay by Tom Breacher's side. She must show everyone what a faithful girlfriend she is. Then she said severely that if this doesn't work, then she will think of something else. "Do you understand me?" she asked her daughter, and Samantha replied yes. "Mom." Lawrence Mansion. The servant Mason reports to Brooks. Mason said there was a recording of the conversation with the first prince, and added that he had received the original copy of the conversation. The Marquis thought for a while and said it was fine, and ordered to keep preparing that in a year or two they should finish everything. The servant said they also found a woman similar to the lady. Mason continued that in appearance and age Viscountess Felguris closely resembles Madame. She has no family, so they quickly arrange everything. Brooks asked the servant if Felguris was far from Solaris. The Marquis began to think that. On the other hand, Claire could become free if she left this place and changed her name. The servant asked the master why he wondered if he wasn't sure because of the lady. "What are you talking about?" the hero asked Mason, and shouted at the servant to stop talking nonsense and to get out of here. Mason said yes, sir. He bowed to him and left the office. As soon as the servant left, Brooks leaned back and sighed deeply. He thought about how he would destroy the Bronson family as planned, and what Claire's facial expression would be when she saw him like this. No, he told himself. By then she would no longer be Claire Bronson or Claire Lawrence. By then she would be called Bella. She will be angry with me, the hero wondered. On a sunny morning, Claire sat in the garden and had breakfast alone. The heroine started remembering her kiss with Brooks once and again. Why do I remember that day? The heroine thought and suddenly dropped her cup of hot tea. Ouch! The girl shouted and jumped off the table in fright. The maid also feared for the lady and asked her if she was okay. Claire replied that she was fine. And the maid said she would quickly bring everything necessary for cleaning. When the maid left, Claire began to wonder what was happening to her. The heroine started remembering her kiss with Brooks again. Then the girl told herself that no, everything was an illusion. The one who plans to kill her in the future. And the one who married her due to his goal of killing the Bronson family. Knowing all this, the heroine, for some reason, still feels such dread towards him. In a few months, Brooks would destroy the Bronson family and, finally, he would also kill her. And Claire should not fall in love with such a person. She shouldn't, but why doesn't her heart listen to her? At Spring Mansion, Charlotte asks the Marquis of Spring if he wants to become Duke of Spring. He stood in front of the window and replied yes, because throughout this time, Spring had the status of Marquis. Then he turned to her and told her that now, after this long humiliation, she didn't think it was the time to act. Charlotte replied that if Usana Lawrence to get rid of Bronson, Lawrence would only become stronger. Marquise Spring told her that she had the guarantee that Lawrence would face defeat. After a brief silence, Charlotte asked about Myrtle Sanchez. If they could trust the words of a woman whose origin they didn't even know. Marquise Spring looked at her and said that Charlotte was too young to deal with this problem. She got angry and turned around and told him she understood. She apologized and told him it was time to leave. Marquise Spring didn't say anything to her. He just looked at her and smiled slightly. Charlotte left the room and was beside herself with anger and said how much longer would he ignore her. Then suddenly, the maid approached her and told her that it seemed something bad had happened. The maid approached and said Charlotte Spring with a smile and looked at her and also said her name. Myrtle Sanchez. Charlotte approached Myrtle and told her not to be so presumptuous, that she was just a maid. When Charlotte Spring started to walk away, Myrtle said behind her that Emily Smith did not die of a heart attack. Miss Spring turned to her and looked at her surprised and continued saying that, in fact, Emily had been murdered. And soon Mrs. Lawrence will be in danger, said Myrtle Sanchez. Charlotte couldn't believe it and asked about Emily if she had really been killed. The maid was about to leave to take care of her business. But Charlotte also stopped her and asked her how she could believe her words. Myrtle replied that she could believe if she wanted to, or it was not her will. Charlotte got angry and told her not to think that it was so easy for her. I am not like my father, shouted Charlotte Spring. And she left. Myrtle stayed and began to tell herself that she thought it would be very easy. Ellis Angels came to visit the protagonist at the Lawrence Marquis mansion. She bowed to the lady and said that starting today, she would join the first Lawrence squad. Hello, madam, Ellis said. And the girl replied that she hoped to be a loyal knight. Claire said she was surprised by her sudden greeting. Ellis replied that she just wanted to tell her that she had been officially named a knight. Then she added that now she would use respectful address and would address her as a lady while on duty. And after work, they would communicate as friends. Okay, the girl said, and thought that Ellis had become a knight. Then the heroine decided to ask. They also have knights. Why did she decide to come here with them? Ellis didn't expect such a question. Then he replied that he actually doesn't like it when he holds a sword in his hands. He continued the story that his late father was not a good man. After his mother's death, his father wasted his wealth and became cruel to the servants. And thanks to him, Ellis said, his father never hit her. Then he learned fencing to prove his father wrong. But one day, our father disappeared. Ellis said, and she didn't even have time to prove anything to him. Claire looked at Ellis with pity. And Ellis said that it was a little unfortunate, but that she felt relieved now. The heroine listened to his story and only spoke clearly. Ellis said that he believes her that the title of knight is the reason why she abandoned all her future plans. But in reality, she likes fencing. The girl smiled at him and said that this means he has found his true path. I honestly wanted to apologize to you, Ellis suddenly said. Claire looked at Ellis intently and waited for what she would say. Ellis said that she actually became close to Claire thanks to her father. The heroine looked at Ellis in surprise and said that her father had disappeared some time ago. Then she continued that 10 years after his disappearance, he was officially declared dead. Ellis clenched her fists and told Claire that she herself had thought about killing him. But someone told me that someone wanted to kill my father before me. And I wanted to make sure if it was true that my father died. And for what reason? She said. After the story, Ellis smiled after taking you and told Claire that the Marquis didn't offend her because he killed her father, but that he would like to thank her because she is not sure if she can do it herself. And if she stood in front of her father. Then the heroine called her and looked at her with pity. Ellis smiled at her and said that she had always wanted to tell her this, that she started talking to her for hidden reasons. Then she raised her head and asked Claire if after all this she would be her friend. Of course I will, the heroine replied, and smiled back at her. Ellis was very happy with her answer. But then Claire said something that surprised her, that she would have befriended Ellis even if her intention was to kill Claire. What are you saying? Ellis asked him, and the girl replied that she seemed to feel guilty about trying to kill her father. But I am not very different from you. I don't care about the well-being of my family, the heroine said. Then she looked Ellis in the eyes and told her that this is why she also considers herself irresponsible. Ellis told her not to talk to herself like that. The heroine replied that this is why she doesn't care at all, and that she is serious. Mrs. Angel said she seemed to be worried about nothing, and put her hand in her pocket and took out a sealed envelope on the table. The heroine asked her what it was, if it was really an invitation letter. Ellis said that the succession ceremony for him would take place in 3 days. God, the girl said this so unexpectedly, and she started reading the invitation. Elise said that due to her worries about her father, she still couldn't decide to invite her. Would you come? She asked Claire. The girl looked and read the invitation. After thinking for a while, she said she would come. In the evening, the heroine told Brooks that she was invited to the Angel's mansion. In 3 days, this is very unexpected. We don't have much time, the hero said. Claire told him that if he was busy, he could go alone. But Brooks said no. He said it because he felt they wouldn't have enough time to choose a dress. The girl objected, saying that she actually didn't need to buy a new dress, that she had many dresses she hadn't worn yet, and that she also had jewelry. But the hero told her no, that she would have to find something new here. Then he said he would bring her something, and she agreed. The heroine smiled at her husband and thought that it was simply impossible to stop this man. Angel's County, the day of Elliot Angel's succession ceremony has finally arrived. Brooks and Claire entered the room wearing beautiful matching purple outfits. Marquis Lawrence, welcome here, the butler said and greeted them. The hero looked around and said that there were not many people at the ceremony. And the girl said it seemed like only family members were invited. And close people. Marquis and Marquise Lawrence were called. And Angels approached them. He greeted them and thanked them for coming today. The heroine smiled and said that they were the ones grateful for the invitation. And Brooks kept thinking about Angels. It seemed to him that somehow it was strange. Wait, I'm here too. Ellis ran up to them with a smile and hugged her brother from behind. Thank you for coming, Ellis said. And Claire told him she thanked him for the invitation and congratulated him on how good they looked. Then Ellis said goodbye to them and said she would like to talk a little more, but that he needed to greet everyone else. We'll leave later, he said. When they left, Brooks indignantly said why the subordinate couldn't have a normal conversation with his superiors. Claire told him that now was not the right time, and said that for now Ellis is not a Lawrence Knight, but a member of the Angels family. Then the waiter approached them with champagne, and the girl took 2 glasses. Then she turned to Brooks and told him with a smile that this wouldn't work, that they wouldn't bother the Count and Ellis, but that they would simply have a good time. The Marquis agreed with her and said it was a good idea. The succession ceremony began, and a special speech was given. The new count formally assumes his new responsibilities and obligations to his people and his family. Count Angels receives a medal symbolizing his new position. In power, Ellis looked at him proudly and applauded. She was very happy for her brother. All the guests applauded and congratulated Count Lengels on his new position. Brooks and Claire went out onto the balcony for some fresh air. And suddenly, the hero asks his wife that Count L is very handsome. No, the heroine did not expect such a question, and she didn't know immediately how to answer him. Then, after thinking, she said that today they stand out with their outfits. The Marquis asked what she meant. Because that's not what he meant. Then the girl said that it seemed like she and Brooks had different opinions. He must have strange tastes. Taste asked her boyfriend, not understanding what he meant by this. And the heroine continued like this, because for her, there is a person who is more beautiful than Count Angels. Brooks didn't quite understand, and he started looking around. Then he said, "Wait, who is this person?" And Claire laughed and asked, "Who does he want to find here?" And she continued saying that this man was now standing in front of her. She was talking about him. The hero was stunned and opened his mouth. Then he smiled at her. Then he told the girl that she had good taste. Very refined taste. Look at this face, does it have any flaw? Brooks asked him. She replied, yes, it does. It's your character, and the Marquis told her that she caught him. He is not very good with mind magic or healing, but that doesn't mean he can't use them. The girl said she wasn't serious. And Brooks coughed and said he understood. And then asked her if that meant she liked his appearance more than Count Angel's appearance. The heroine smiled at him and asked if that meant he was done with his jokes. Suddenly his face changed. And then he told her, believe that he does everything for fun. Claire didn't understand why he suddenly became indignant, and told him that she had only been joking. The boy told her that he was sincerely happy that he was her type, and that he wanted her to know it. The girl asked him what they were talking about now regarding his tastes, and who he liked more in appearance. Do you know who ranks second in beauty? The Marquis asked. The heroine was surprised by this question, and asked for the second place in beauty. The Marquis pointed to himself with a smile, and told me. And the girl thought about how shameless he was. Then the hero leaned down and kissed her hand, and raising his head, he told her that now there was a person standing in front of him more beautiful than him. The girl blushed and said she was glad there was no one else here besides them. Brooks said he could say that in front of everyone if she wanted. Claire replied, no, she doesn't want to. She doesn't need to do this. Really? And he laughed in response. Then the girl asked him if it was his hobby to tease her. The Marquis looked at her and told her she was right. Since marrying her, his life has become much brighter. He really likes the way she gets angry and laughs with her. The heroine just said his name, Brooks, when they immediately merged into a passionate kiss. But suddenly, a maid entered and said that the banquet was about to start and that they had to leave. And the maid, seeing them kissing, said today she froze with embarrassment. The heroine smiled and told her they would be there soon. Then she turned to the Marquis and told him, let's go. By the way, I forgot to ask you a question. Brooke suddenly said and asked her if she liked the new dress. She replied yes with a smile. It's simply wonderful. The hero said proudly that he was very happy that she liked the dress. In the hallway, the tables were already set, but the guests had not yet sat down. Ellis approached them with a girl and told them, here you are. Then, Ellis said she wanted to introduce her to someone. Miss Greta, say hello, Miss Angels told the girl. I am Greta, from the family of Viscount Francis. I am glad to welcome you, she said. But then the maid called her, and Greta apologized because she had to leave, and apologized again for being rude. Claire told her that everything was fine, that they would see each other again. The lady is very nice, isn't she? Brooks and Claire asked. Ellis. They didn't answer, but she continued saying that Greta was a bit busy today, and that she had many people to greet. Then Miss Angels turned to them and told them that they would get married soon. Claire and Brooks were shocked by this statement, and the hero told Ellis that he congratulated him and that he would need to prepare the knights to sing the anthem at the wedding. But now Ellis was in shock and asked him what he was saying. Then Claire intervened in the conversation and told him she didn't know what to say, but that if it was his choice, she would always support him. Ellis suddenly shouted and asked them what they were thinking. It wasn't about me, it was my brother him, who would soon marry Greta. Ellis said. Brooks and Claire felt a little awkward, and the heroine simply replied, "Ah, understandable." Suddenly the Marquis asked Ellis if Count Angels had a fiancé. Ellis replied yes, and said that they had even attended a hunting competition together, and asked him if he hadn't seen them then. The hero couldn't believe it. They were together, even in hunting competitions. But he didn't see them, and his assistant Will had to tell him about it. And then Brooks realized that Will deliberately hadn't told him about it. And Claire and Ellis looked at him surprised. Then Mrs. Angels told him that he didn't seem to know that her brother had a fiancé. Ellis thought that it was working. In the end, Brooks was still worried about him, which means he was jealous. It seems that the Marquis loves Claire very much. Ellis thought and looked at him. Then she wondered why Mrs. Lawrence didn't believe him. That same evening, Brooks Lawrence was sitting in his office waiting for Will. When the assistant entered the office, the gentleman asked him with a fake smile if he knew why Brooks had called him. The assistant hesitated, didn't know what to say, and thought that there could actually be many reasons. And the Marquis told him with a mysterious smile that Count Angels would soon get married. So that's all. Very good news, Will said, and added that it means they should pick up a gift on his behalf. But the hero interrupted him and asked him why he hadn't informed him about this. Because the assistant knew how worried he was about this. Is not it? Will was a little scared by his tone and said that he was going to tell him everything. Brooks fell silent, and the assistant thought that what he really wanted was to watch the distressed gentleman suffer from his jealousy. But he couldn't tell the truth, because then he would cut off his head. So you were going to tell me everything? The hero asked furiously. Will replied yes, exactly. Every time he was about to tell him, the master interrupted him. Then he got angry and left angry. Then the assistant began to complain that this was impossible. If he didn't listen to his subordinates, they would call him a dictator. Brooks listened in silence, and Will finished by saying that the lady might not like it. Why are you suddenly talking about Claire? The Marquis asked the assistant, and he replied that who would like him to express everything, but not listen to others. And he also said that now he only behaves this way with his subordinates. But if nothing changes, in the future it will extend to his friends and relatives. Brooks thought for a moment, and then he said that he remembered how many times he tried to tell him something. And Will, standing behind the gentleman, clenched his fist and thought that it was working. Are you really going to tell me this? The Marquis asked, and the assistant replied clearly. Who would want me to be jealous? That is, to do overtime. Brooks looked at him, then closed his eyes, and said, okay, I'll believe you. The assistant smiled at him and thanked him very much. Then suddenly he exploded and asked the gentleman if he really thought he would tell him that, because he called him so late. Also only because he could treat his subordinates like this. And he told him that he should apologize to him. Brooks listened to him and told him that he would increase his salary by 20%. And that next month, he would receive a bonus in the form of 1,500 gold pieces. Will began to thank him and told him that, as a faithful servant, he would serve him even more faithfully. One day Claire was sitting in her room, reading a book and drinking tea. Suddenly, a maid knocked on her door and said that a guest had come to see Madame. At such a late hour she asked who came. Her heroine asked. The maid said that Tom Richard had come to see her. Claire was a little surprised and wondered why Tom came to her. Tom sat down across from the heroine on the sofa and remembered his childhood. He gets up and looks at the bed where his mother lies. The doctors shout that the bleeding won't stop. They quickly bring hot water. But it's already too late. The boy survived, but the mother died. Little Tom looks with tears in his eyes, and he cannot believe it. Then Tom's father enters and shouts, "Wife, what happened? How could this have happened?" His mother died after giving birth. He was 4 years old then. He saw his mother lying bleeding, and little Tom's father. And the servants cried bitterly. He was very small then, and he didn't understand what was really happening. He saw his newborn brother cry. And from that day, his world completely changed. After Tom's mother passed away, his father inherited the title of the richer family. Little Tom decided to go out to the garden and talk to his father, but he couldn't overcome a fear he had inside. And just when he was about to leave, his father called him and told him he didn't want to be a duke. When Tom turned to him, his father continued saying that he should not be ashamed of being the heir to the richer family title, and told him to try to become the head of the family. Then, after a brief pause, he told his son that he would only have to do this. Little Tom, upon leaving him, thought about how helpless and indifferent his father was. He had never been close to him. And Tom doesn't love the newborn because he killed his mother. The richer family now only existed in photographs. And this portrait of his mother does not recall his mother's face. But it's okay, because here he can see her in the portrait. 3 years later, at one of the grand balls, little Tom met Claire Bronson. They told him that little Claire, like him, belongs to the Duke's family. So they believe they will get along well. When the girl looked up and looked at him, and Tom saw her face, he was simply amazed. She reminded him of his mother. Then he smiled at her, extended his hand, and greeted Claire. "Let's be friends." The girl said okay, and extended her hand in response. Little Tom thought of her and called her a beautiful girl who looks like his mother. He told himself that he would like this child to be with her, because thanks to her, it seemed to him that his mother was close. "You are very beautiful," Tom said. She thanked him and blushed a little. But suddenly, he told her that her clothes were too bright and didn't suit her. The girl was surprised by this statement and said that she liked her dress. But he objected, saying he didn't like it, that she looked good in normal clothes and without adornments. Tom pointed to a woman dressed in simple clothes who looked like a maid standing nearby, and told Claire that this was a good example. Claire said she thought those clothes were too simple. But suddenly, little Tom asked her if she really meant that she didn't agree with his friend. The girl rushed to answer him that she would wear what Tom said. After these words, the boy calmed down and smiled and thanked him. "Look over there, there is a boy from the richer family and a girl from the Bronson family talking and standing together. Do they look that good?" said the other girls who were watching them. Tom and Claire were together throughout their childhood, studying, playing, reading, and they were always close to each other. And even when they grew up, they were always there for each other. One day, Tom approached Claire while she was sitting on a bench reading a book. The boy said he loved her and that he would like them to become a couple. The girl suddenly became sad and told him that he wanted to deprive her of her only friend. She did not accept his offer, she rejected him and left, and Tom simply did not expect this from her. But he did not give up. A year later, he tried again. And finally, Claire accepted his feelings. When they hugged, he proposed to her and told her, "Let's get married," and she agreed. As a result, he and the heroine got engaged, and everything went well for them. Tom seemed to calm down too. But suddenly, he began to doubt whether this was true love between a man and a woman. And almost at the same time, Samantha appeared. Tom met her for the first time. At this time, Claire and Tom sat facing each other, and they kept silent. The heroine was thinking about Tom, because she hadn't heard anything about him since she lost consciousness. I wonder when he regained consciousness. And why he suddenly decided to come to her, what was the problem? Claire finally told him that if he had something important, he should speak quickly and return. She had no desire to prolong the conversation with him. Suddenly, Tom became furious and said that her words were too harsh and that she wasn't happy to see him. The heroine asked him why she should be happy. Now he is Samantha's fiancé. From now on, he and Claire are no longer friends, and there is no relationship between them, and added that this is why he doesn't want to meet her in an informal setting, and he hopes this won't happen again in the future. Tom said he intended to apologize to her for having to break off the engagement, and he knows that she is resentful towards him for betraying her and choosing to be with Samantha. But listen to me, please, Tom suddenly shouted, and told her that she should divorce Marquis Brooks Lawrence. Claire was surprised. She got up from the sofa and told him, "What are you talking about?" He clenched his fist and said that he still didn't understand everything, and that he didn't even know the best way to talk about it. That he had returned from the future. "Let me introduce myself. I am Claire's younger sister. My name is Samantha," the girl told Richard. After meeting her, for the first time in his life, he felt what love was. And then Tom realized that his relationship with Claire was not love at all. He confused friendship with love. Richard sat in his office and thought about Samantha, about why he only met her after his engagement to Claire. That golden hair that Claire doesn't have. That beautiful dress and that shy smile like a spring flower. He likes everything about her very much. And Tom wants everything to be his. To have Samantha, but he cannot afford to break his engagement with Claire. After the marriage breakup, he doesn't even want to think about how she will move away from him. Or even leave. Claire must always be by his side. No matter what, because she replaces his mother. Because she is his family. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that she is the first to dissolve the marriage. But contrary to his wishes, the wedding is not cancelled. Claire asked Richard if he liked her dress for the banquet. If it was too simple. He fell silent and thought of something of his own. Without even listening to her, and then she said, "Of course, don't you like flashy dresses?" Then she thought that perhaps it was too modest for a banquet, and asked him what he thought she liked best. Richard didn't hear her, and the heroine called him loudly again. And he finally looked at her. She asked him if he was listening to what she was saying. She asked which dress suited her best. Tom told her to wear what she usually wears. Something modest. There is no need to wear something flashy for some banquet. And he told her to stop asking stupid questions. Claire replied okay. She wore something simple, as Tom said. They sat together at the banquet and looked at the beautiful and radiant Samantha. Time passed, he was still Claire's husband. And Samantha became the wife of Brooks Lawrence. Tom drank alcohol incessantly. And Claire approached him and told him to stop drinking. "Why are you drinking?" she asked. But suddenly he shouted at her and told her to leave him alone, since he could bother her already on their wedding night. "I am your husband now, and all you have to do is obey my words," Tom told her. And he shouted that she shouldn't touch him unnecessarily. And Claire only replied in a low voice, "Yes, okay." Tom sat down on the chair and said, "Damn it, it's all Claire's fault. It's because of her that he cannot be with Samantha. Claire is to blame for this. Who insisted on marrying, she knows what he feels for Samantha." Over time, Tom's dissatisfaction only grew. It was unbearably painful for him to realize that Samantha had left for someone else before he tried to court her. And one day, the news came that Samantha was dead. Tom shouted at Claire that it was all her fault, and that it was all because she refused to marry Lawrence. And if it weren't for her, now this innocent girl would be in his arms. It's all Claire Bronson's fault. Samantha died because of her. It was raining that day. He remembers everything he said to Claire that day. And all that resentment and anger he remembers perfectly. But most importantly, he never apologized to Claire. A girl very similar to Samantha told Richard that this woman was not guilty of anything. It was Brooks Lawrence who destroyed Bronson. And the lady was lucky to survive. That's not what the girl asked Tom. He looked at her and asked what she meant. That it was his fault. She replied that of course not. The girl said it was Lawrence's fault. But several years had already passed. So she asked him to relax. He had suffered enough during all this time. Tom smiled and said that he was lucky to look like Samantha. If it were anyone else, he would have kicked her out of the room. She was delighted with his words. She said how lucky she was and offered to comfort him. Tom did not feel guilty about being with a woman like Samantha. But Claire soon found out. It was very difficult for him then. And he believed that she should also suffer. Because Claire should feel guilty about Samantha's death. The protagonist stood by the window and asked the maid, "Will Tom be back late today?" The maid kept silent, and the girl said she understood everything. But Claire, despite what Tom did, always stayed close, just like her mother's portrait hanging on the wall near the second-floor stairs. The heroine was always by Tom's side, no matter what, and replaced his late mother. But one rainy night, Claire suddenly committed suicide. In our days, the assistant ran breathlessly to Mr. Brooks Lawrence and told him where he was if he wasn't looking for him everywhere. The Marquis didn't show it and kept smoothing his suit. Then he asked him why he was shouting so much. What was going on there? Assistant told him that Tom Reacher had arrived at the mansion, and that Madame was now communicating with him. Brooks became furious and began shouting at Will, telling him how he could have let an intruder in, and asked him that he had decided to die for dereliction of duty. The assistant said that, as far as he knew, Richard entered, overpowering his men. The soldiers, fearing the consequences, did not dare to stop the heir to the Duke title of the Richard family. And in the end, the lady told Tom to come in. Assistant finished his story. Brooks looked at him angrily and said that Madame had a couple of secret escorts. So he didn't believe her life was in danger at that moment. There is no threat now, the Marquis asked. He put on his jacket and then said that he himself would take full responsibility. The hero snapped his fingers. He conjured a teleport and disappeared from the room in an instant. He ran quickly like lightning. Will said. Then he told the other assistant that he was worried that Tom Breacher's skills had suddenly improved. The second officer told him that even if Tom died 100 times and was reborn again, he could never compare to the Marquis. Tom Breacher sat across from Claire and stared at her and thought that it was actually her. That she hadn't died, his Claire was alive like 6 years ago. He thought that Brooks Lawrence used magic at that time, and the magic must have worked on Tom. And he returned to the past. But Richard wondered why Claire decided to marry Marquis Lawrence this time. Because Samantha had originally married him. Something went wrong. The heroine asked him if he thought she would divorce without hesitation if he demanded it. And she also asked him to tell her why he wanted her to divorce Marquis Lawrence. Tom, after thinking for a while, told her that it was because the Marquis would make her unhappy. The girl asked him why, and he replied that because he didn't marry her out of love. At first, the heroine, after hearing him, fell into some kind of stupor. But after a few seconds, she burst out laughing, and she couldn't stop. He asked her what was funny about what he said, and she replied that after a long time, she simply decided to tell him. Claire looked at him and told him that not everyone gets married for love like him. And Samantha, many nobles enter into arranged marriages. So don't bother me anymore with this topic, she continued. Tom couldn't say anything. He just listened to her with incomprehension. And she asked him if that was the only thing he wanted to talk about. If so, then he should return. It didn't matter how she lived. It had nothing to do with him. Richard got angry. He got up and started shouting that it affected him too. The girl told him to get away from her. Tom kept shouting that she wasn't like that before. She always smiled at him tenderly and spoke to him in a soft tone. And he told her that he had never been as cold as he was now, because she is not the same as before. Why has she changed? The girl replied yes. She had changed, but her feelings had also changed. Why then couldn't she change? Tom told her that he had apologized to her for being with Samantha, and that he regretted it. Claire said she didn't want to hear it, and that she didn't want to see him anymore and told him to get out of there. But Richard did not give up and said he would not leave like this, that he would not let her go, and grabbed her hands tightly. Then he told her that Brooks Lawrence had no pure intentions towards her. He was the illegitimate son of the past emperor, and no matter how dignified a person he was, he could not immediately receive the status of Marquis. The emperor took care of that. Tom continued holding her hand and said that he was only pretending to be a commoner and making his way into the aristocracy, that he married her because he needed to use the Bronson family. The heroine listened to him and asked how he knew this. He replied that he is the successor to Richard and His Majesty's closest assistant, so he knows many things. And he began to think to himself that he would like to say now that he knows the future. But he cannot. How will he say that it was because of him that Claire died? Richard continued shouting at the heroine to trust him because Brooks was using her. He is only kind to you because he wants to improve relations with Bronson. The Marquis does not love you, and when he gets what he wants, he will kill you. Richard told her. The girl looked at him, and he told her that this is why she shouldn't be with the Marquis. Do you think I don't know that? Claire asked him and said that she married already knowing it. Tom was furious and couldn't believe it, and asked her what she was saying. If he really knew that Marquis Lawrence was the illegitimate son of the emperor. Richard couldn't calm down and started shaking Claire harder and harder. She asked him to let her go. And at that very moment, Brooks Lawrence suddenly burst in. Richard immediately let go of Claire and said Marquis Lawrence, and Brooks interrupted him and said that he had not yet received the corresponding title, but that he dared to burst in here already. Brooks approached Tom, angrily grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, and Richard barely asked him what he was doing. The Marquis said that, depending on his behavior, this was the last time he could easily visit them. But if he liked today's reception, he could visit them again. And with a sinister smile, he said that now he would show what would happen to him. Suddenly something crunched. The girl was in shock. Tom began to scream furiously in pain. Brooks told him that he wanted to break his neck, but he had to settle for his shoulder and let him thank his surname, Richard. When Tom sat on the floor in pain, the Marquis asked him if he had a wedding soon and told him to go back home so as not to be late, and added that he felt sorry for his fiancée. Richard tried to get up and shouted at him, "You, Lawrence," and wanted to say something else. But Brooks interrupted him, and he said, "Okay, it's not my business anyway," and wished him a good trip back. Then the Marquis conjured a portal. The whole room lit up, and Richard disappeared immediately. The girl opened her mouth surprised and told the Marquis that Tom had disappeared in an instant. Brooks asked her if she was hurt, and Claire replied that she was fine. The Marquis looked at her wrists and saw the marks and bruises that Tom had left on her, and told her that she was not well. The girl told him that the wound would disappear soon, so that he wouldn't worry. Brooks told her that all wounds in this world disappear with time, or rather, its visible part disappears. The boy looked at her and asked if she would allow him to heal her, and the heroine agreed. After a few minutes, he said that was it, that no traces remained, and that he was very happy that the potion helped. The heroine thanked him. Then she lowered her head and thought. Claire began to remember Tom Reacher, how he took her hands, squeezed her tightly, and how much it hurt her. Suddenly, the Marquis told the girl that he would like to ask her something. Then he took and kissed her hand and told her that he wanted her to appreciate her body, that she should take care of herself, to cherish it as if it were the most valuable diamond in this world. He would like that very much. The heroine wanted to tell him something, but he interrupted her and told her that if someone behaves badly towards her, she should get angry, curse, and break ties with that person, and added that she should never tolerate such treatment again. Claire looked at him gratefully. Then she lowered her head and said it was okay. Half an hour later, they were sitting drinking wine. Brooks asked her if Tom had told her anything about him. The heroine replied yes. That was what was discussed. She said that the Marquis was the illegitimate son of the Emperor. The boy looked at her but said nothing. And then she told him that she didn't know how Richard knew. Then she said that, if he didn't want her to talk about it, he could kill her. Brooks was surprised by this statement and asked her not to say such terrible things. She apologized and said it was just a joke. I can't laugh at such a joke, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. Then he began his story, saying that he didn't even know where to start. But then he decided to start with his mother, who was a servant at the imperial palace. As far as he knows, his mother entered the palace because she wanted to avoid an unwanted marriage. However, later, thanks to her outstanding appearance, the emperor noticed her. And so, after a while, little Brooks appeared. They didn't plan his birth, but the emperor and his mother loved him very much. However, problems befell them when he was born. His mother and the emperor were poisoned. The empress must have been behind this. She was worried about the fact that they had me. The Marquis continued his story. The hero said, with a smile, that he was very lucky, and that in the end he survived. But he cannot say that he was always lucky, because afterwards Count Angels took him and sold him to the slave trader guilds. However, thanks to this, he was able to escape the empress's persecution. So we can say that he was lucky. The girl told him that this meant he was the first to discover his mother's body. It must have surprised him greatly because he was so young. Brooks replied yes. He was 15 at the time, and the memories of that day haunted him for a long time. He especially hated the smell of mint because it reminded him of his mother's lifeless body, who died because of mint tea that contained poison. The heroine wanted to comfort him somehow, to say something to comfort him, but the Marquis told her not to worry so much. Because then I decided to overcome my trauma from the smell of mint. And now everything is fine, Brooks said with a smile. The girl listened to him amazed and said that it was simply incredible. She, in turn, always avoids what she doesn't like. She told him that she was not as strong as him. Wherever she went, she wore something simple and behaved as discreetly as possible. The same goes for her family. To avoid being hated, it is better to do nothing. That's why Claire tried to make herself loved. But she gave up beforehand. Then she laughed and said that, after listening to his story, she realized she was wrong. The Marquis replied that she hadn't been wrong. She was simply a different person. She smiled and replied, rested her head on his shoulder. And they remained like that for the rest of the evening. Brooks Lawrence was sitting in his office, at his desk, thinking, while heavy rain fell outside the window. He thought that in the end, their conversation led nowhere. Now Claire knows that he is an illegitimate son. And how much she still knows. She knows that Bronson is unfortunately his enemy. He never asked anything. The Marquis leaned back in his chair and said that, when he sees Claire, he cannot utter a word. He doesn't want to see her sad and doesn't want to tell her anything that might upset her. And the reason he behaves this way towards her is perhaps because he remained silent and did not speak further. Then he turned to Chloe and asked her if she knew this would happen. And she asked him to make her a promise. Chloe told him that he had to kill Bronson. Then this child would be free. And that if he wanted to leave, then he should let her do it. And she said she believed he would make her happy. 9 years ago, the Imperial Palace. The second Prince Elvis called him Bruxamillion and tells him that it is time to go home. Otherwise, his mother Elizabeth will worry. Bruxamillion replied to the prince that he shouldn't worry because he was already 15 years old. And he was no longer a child. Elvis laughed and said that no matter how old he is, he will remain a child to his parents. The second prince then asked him if he remembered what he had told him. They would see each other again next week. Little Brooks got up from the table and told him okay, he will wait for him here. Until next week, he shouted. And he ran away. His Highness the Second Prince is fine. The maid asked Elvis. He asked her what she was talking about. The maid said that this child was impure, and he should not be near him. The second prince got angry and told her not to say that. Brooks already has to constantly hide from everyone. That's why he has no friends, and it's not his fault that he was born illegitimate. He asked the maid if she also treated him badly. Who would communicate with him? But His Highness, His Majesty will get angry if he finds out about this, said the maid with concern. Elvis said it's true, Mom can't stand there being an illegitimate child. That's why I feel even more sorry for him. And he doesn't know how long these two can live. Little Brooks returned home and greeted his mother, who was sitting on the sofa embroidering. She turned to him and told him to come closer to her. He asked her not to speak to him like a little girl. His mother replied that she remembered her prince was already 15 years old. And the maids who were near his mother started to laugh. Elizabeth hugged her son and told him that this boy had become such a handsome prince, and that she was very proud of him. Brooks told his mother, and she interrupted him and told him in a whisper that a little more. And soon he would become emperor. Then she showed him what she was sitting and embroidering and told him, "Look, I embroidered a coat of arms for your future tunic that you will wear at the coronation." She explained that this was the imperial coat of arms and could only be used by the imperial family. If he becomes emperor, she will also be able to use it officially, and no one will dare to touch her. Then she looked closely at her son and told him that he should become emperor. Not a father, but that he would protect her. "Do you understand me?" Elizabeth asked Maximilian, and he simply answered Mom and looked her in the eyes. Everyone knows that Elizabeth is just a mistress, and that her son is an illegitimate child, so he did not inherit the Solaris surname. The maids laughed, and one of them said that an illegitimate son could never become emperor. And the second added that this is why the emperor never visited them. How long will it take little Brooks? He thought and clenched his fist. His mother's illness progresses every day, and he can do nothing about it. The only thing he can do is hide from everyone and calm his beloved mother. "What are you talking about? Why should I join Brooks and Million to commit a rebellion? What is the point of me doing this?" The second Prince Elvis shouted, and he added that little Brooks was not plotting any treason. And he asked the first Prince Travis who he had heard this from. The first prince sat in a chair and, smiling sarcastically at him, he asked him if he really thought it made no sense to do this. He was not sure, and he told Elvis that he is the second prince, and by right he follows Travis to the throne. Even his mother supports him, so he has no chance of becoming emperor. Elvis was stunned, and Travis continued by saying that this is why Elvis decided to attract a naive child, and obedient one so that he would sit on the throne and rule it secretly from everyone. It's all quite logical. The second prince shouted that this was nonsense. He did none of that. But Travis told him that many people had already seen him spending time with this boy, and said that for this reason, with these witnesses, and what he told his father. He thought his father would believe him, and not Elvis. The second prince did not know how to respond to this. And then the first prince told him that if he gave up the right to inherit the throne, he would keep his mouth shut, thus saving his life. Elvis asked about the right to inheritance. He stuttered, and Travis told him that he told him not to communicate with that illegitimate child, but that he saw him secretly from his mother. And now he let him see how everything turned out. Your unnecessary sympathy has trampled your bright future. If you want to be offended as much as you like, said the first prince, and he added that if it weren't for this child, the second prince wouldn't have to go through all this now. Little Brooks sat at the garden table and ate breakfast alone. He looked at the empty chair and wondered why Elvis wasn't coming. Maybe something happened to him. Maybe he was busy with work, so he couldn't come. Yes, most likely that's the case, he thought. After a while, Maximilian conjured a portal, and immediately found himself in the emperor's mansion. He stood still and wondered where the second Prince Elvis would be now. Maybe in his office. Elvis sat at his desk in his office and remembered the first prince's words. How he said that, if he gave up the right to inherit the throne, he would keep his mouth shut. And he also told him that Elvis's unnecessary sympathy trampled his own bright future. And that, if he wants to be offended, he should be offended as much as he likes. While he was sitting and thinking, suddenly a hand touched him. And when he turned around, he saw little Brooks standing behind him. Elvis asked him what he was doing here. And he replied that he snuck in using invisibility magic, something he had previously trained in. The second prince looked at him and thought that it meant he knew how to use that magic. And Bruxamillion told him that he hadn't arrived at the promised time. So he decided to come to him himself. Then he said that if he is busy, then maybe he can help him. If it's paperwork, he can be useful. But suddenly, to little Brooks' great surprise, Elvis suddenly got up and told him to leave and never see him again. Bruxamillion asked what happened, and the second prince shouted that he didn't want to see him anymore. "Brother, what happened to you? What did I do wrong? If I did something wrong, let me fix it," said the boy. And then Elvis told him that yes, that he was to blame, that it was his fault for sympathizing with someone like Bruxamillion, and continued shouting that it was little Brooks' fault that he was born. And the second prince ruined his life by getting entangled with him. His existence is a sin in itself. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. And he told Brother Elvis, "What are you saying?" And he replied that he shouldn't pretend not to understand anything. It was all because of his mother Elizabeth. Then he added that he was aware that she wanted to make her son emperor. Little Brooks replied that it wasn't like that at all. His mother had a mental illness, and she wasn't serious. But Elvis said that she really said that. He thought that someone would believe that the mistress who seduced the emperor and gave birth to an illegitimate son would not want to take the throne. And he continued angrily, saying that Helga and Bronson know about the nonsense his mother is talking about. And there are also witnesses among the palace servants. Bruxamillion listened to all this with tears in his eyes. But Elvis hadn't given up yet, and he told him that now the boys blame him for treason. And to avoid reprisals, he must renounce the right to sit on the throne. And all this is because of him. The boy burst into tears and said he was not plotting treason, that he didn't have such thoughts, that it was enough for him and his mother to live in peace. He wanted a quiet life, so I deliberately hid my magical abilities, said little Brooks. And Elvis opened the doors and was about to leave. But suddenly, he told him that if he really wanted this, then he had to shut his mother's mouth. And in the end, he added that sooner or later he and his mother would be killed. So he should return and accept his fate. Bruxamillion was left alone. And he couldn't believe what had just happened. What his brother, the second prince, said. He thought that maybe all this was a nightmare. After all, he and Elvis immediately became friends at first sight. He always thought so. Count Engels was sitting in his mansion in his office and drinking wine, waiting for the guest. When she entered, he welcomed her with a smile. The imperial maid Merle Bump approached him and asked the count why he called her. He told her that he had been waiting for her and that he was glad she finally came to him. Merle said she knew how busy she was and hoped that she would understand how difficult it was for her to get here. The count apologized and said that he called her because he had good news. She asked him what other good news. He said that the emperor was hiding a mistress, and that moreover, he had an illegitimate son. Merle was stunned and asked if the emperor really had a mistress and a son. Count Engels asked if anyone knew his mistress. This is Elizabeth Green. This is whom Merle Bump hated so much while studying at the academy. She said, "Wow," and added that this is very unexpected news. If the count already knows, then it's not a secret. He hugged her and told her yes. The emperor tried to hide it for a long time. But the empress herself will soon know. And now Elizabeth's quiet days are over. And she thinks her son will also die soon. Then he added that, to be honest, he felt a little sorry, because Muriel herself knew how the Count desired Elizabeth while studying at the academy. Therefore, if she is going to die soon anyway, then maybe I should take Elizabeth with me and have a little fun with her before that. The Count asked Muriel Bump. She told him he was crazy. This is the Emperor's woman. If they find out about this, they will kill him immediately. The Count said that the fact that she was the Emperor's woman excites him even more as charming, because she managed to enchant the Emperor himself. Then, with a smile, he said that he already had a red-haired woman ready, that they just needed to be swapped, and that he didn't care about the child. Muriel Van drank wine and thought to herself what strange things the Count was saying. He turned to her and asked if she didn't want to see how Elizabeth slid to the bottom. And he reminded her that he never managed to defeat her at the academy. Doesn't that make you angry? She looked at him silently, and the Count said that of course she would receive something for this. That after finishing this matter, he would give her 70,000 gold, and she would live under a different name. Like you? She asked. Muriel thought for a while and replied, Okay, I agree. Little Brooks walked home and remembered Elvis's words that they wanted to execute him. And his mother. He had to do something. He had to protect his mother. He must protect her from the Empress. And he is the only one who can do it. No one dares to threat his mother. The Empress and the First Prince are a threat to her. They want to harm her. Brooks will protect his mother. And for that, he will have to kill these two. The Empress and the First Prince were taking you. And suddenly, they began to suffocate. The maids were very scared for them. And they started shouting, Your Majesty the Empress, and His Highness the Prince. A child born on the night of the witch moon obtains strong mana. Most children die unable to control this power. But little Brooks survived. And as he grew up, he began to use magic on his own without studying it. The ancients, ignorant of magic, called children born on the night of the witch moon demons. So it turns out, thought little Brooks, that he is a demon. He approached the Empress and the prince lying on the floor, and wondered if they were dead, because he didn't even have time to think that he wanted to kill them. He really did. Suddenly, a servant fell to the floor next to him scared, and told Prince Brooks, And Million, what are you doing here? The boy looked at her and thought, it turns out she sees him. The invisibility magic ended, and he asked her if she knew him. She covered her mouth with her hands, and thought, damn it, why did I say that? He approached her and told her that you are the one I saw several times in the palace, and that you, Muriel Bump, studied with your mother at the academy. Little Brooks looked at her and said that if she knew him, then nothing could be done. Muriel knelt down and began to beg the boy not to kill her. She would not tell anyone that she had seen him today. Then she raised her head and said that she would not tell anyone until her death. And she hoped that he would change his mind because he knew Elizabeth. Brooks hugged her and told her it was okay, but that she shouldn't tell anyone. Nothing about what was happening should leak. It's clear to you, he asked Muriel. She replied that okay. I won't tell anyone, and ran away. The boy was left alone and thought it was good that it happened. This way, he didn't have to kill anyone else. The second prince sat in his office, leaning back in his chair, and thought that the Empress and his older brother had unexpectedly died. What happened? He wondered. Who killed? Maybe one of the nobles, although they are not strong enough to achieve such a thing. Anyway, his brother is gone, he told himself. Then little Brooks suddenly appeared, and with a smile asked Elvis if he liked his gift. He looked at the boy with surprise and asked why he was here. He seemed to have a lot of work. The second prince was furious and shouted at him why he came back here and what gift he was talking about. Then he realized and asked Brooks if it was he who killed the Empress and the brother. The boy applauded and said with a smile that, as expected, he was very clever, and told him that everything was fine, that everything was his doing. and admitted that it turns out he can use not only invisibility magic. "And what will you do now, kill me?" the second Prince Elvis asked him. Bruxamillion replied to him that he should not thank him, because he wanted to put him on the throne. The second prince asked him how to get to the throne, but the boy simply smiled at him and told his brother not to forget that he helped him, and added that he would make Elvis emperor. But if he forgets this, his heart will stop immediately. Bruxamillion walked and thought about the words he told his brother, that there was no turning back. "But what should I do now? I'll think about it later. So much has happened today," he told himself, and said he was too tired, that he wanted to see his mother as soon as possible, and that he wanted to relax in her arms. The boy entered his mother's room and called her. Then he asked why the lights were off and where all the servants were. He couldn't understand what was happening. It smelled like mint. He wondered if it was mint tea. It's strange that Mom doesn't usually drink mint tea. Little Brooks approached the chair and saw his mother's hand sticking out from under the sheet on the floor. "Mom, what's wrong with you? You spilled all the tea. Wake up, Mom. You are the mother of the future emperor," said the boy. He started crying and saying that she couldn't just lie on the floor like that. "It's dishonorable, Mom." Brooks and Million started telling her that he had a very difficult day today, and that he hurt himself to protect her. He did something he didn't want to do. He knelt in front of her and said that this is why he wanted to see her so much. That's why he said and started crying even more, and started saying, "Hug me, Mom. Please, Mom." The boy lay down on the floor next to his mother and started complaining and calling her. Suddenly, Count Angels entered the room and said, "Damn it, this is not what we agreed on. Why did everything turn upside down? Why is the girl alive instead of Elizabeth?" He stood up, cursed, and said, "Idiot, what have you done?" Little Brooks remained lying down and thought, who is this man? He doesn't know him, he just wants to rest. The next morning, the boy woke up chained in some kind of cart. He looked around and asked where he was. The man sitting in front, driving the horse, turned to the boy and told him, well, he finally woke up. Then he asked that he was probably wondering where he was, and said that this was a slave cart, that it was Count Angels who sold the boy. Little Brooks sat up and thought who this Count Angels was, and the man continued and said that he didn't know who this boy was, but that he was just a slave now. But he has nothing to worry about. Since he is handsome, he won't do any dirty work. Then the man said with a smile that normally slave boys die quickly, but a man as handsome as him can last several years. Or if he likes him, he can teach him the secret of survival. Bruxamillion looked at his shackled hands and thought that now he was a slave, a certain Count Angels found him and sold him. He thought about what would happen next. Then he removed these thoughts that it was better not to think about it. He didn't care his mother died, and he didn't care if he died like that. The man called the boy, but he didn't answer anything and lay down. And then he said that the boy was very boring. Little Brooks had already been taken to the market, and a seemingly powerful woman and man approached them. The woman said, with a smile, that she would give 100,000 gold for this boy. The man who was selling the boy suddenly asked him if he was Chloe Waldorf, and told him, okay, take the boy. Then, taking his money and leaving, he told her that he hoped she would like the boy. Chloe looked at Bruxamillion and said she could smell his body, and ordered the servant Mason to take and wash the boy and then bring him back to the food. Chloe Waldorf was already sitting at the living room table and having dinner. The servant entered and told the lady that he had brought the boy. She looked at the boy and said that after the bath, he looked so handsome, as expected from her trained eye. Then she ordered Mason to sit him at the table and asked the boy that he hadn't eaten well yet, so let him eat first. They served him a huge steak with vegetables. He started eating and asked what they wanted to do with him. Then he said that if she wanted to use him as a toy to entertain herself, then she should know that he couldn't give her what she so desired. Chloe smiled at him, drank wine, and said that he was still too young. Then she said that it seemed she would have to teach him a lot, and that she needed to start with his way of speaking. In the end, this woman did not put him to bed, but taught him arithmetic. She also taught me how to use a sword and magic. Then Chloe taught him to dance, etiquette, manners, and she also taught him how to interact with people. Bruxy suddenly asked her why she was teaching him this. She shouldn't just teach him how to behave in bed. Chloe hit him on the head with her pipe and told him, "Hey boy, you think too much of yourself. You are too young to warm my bed." He touched his head where she had hit him and wondered how long she would continue to treat him like a child. Suddenly Chloe told him she was joking, that she had a reason why she decided to train him. She got up from her chair and said that she actually knew who he was, that he was Prince Bruxy. The boy said that she was an incredibly intelligent person, since she managed to recognize the prince in some slave. Then he asked why she had brought him here, knowing who he was. It was quite risky. Chloe looked at him and said that he is a very greedy boy, because he wants to gain power, strength, and money. But the only thing you don't long for is love, she said, and looked him straight in the eyes, and added that he simply did not want this, because love always leads to pain. And after these words, the boy moved away from her. He began to remember his mother. And he said, like my mother, who fell in love with the cowardly emperor. Chloe told him to promise her one thing: she would give him the Waldorf. But in return, he must destroy Bronson. So will this child get freedom? Chloe said. But Bruxy did not understand which child she was talking about, and asked her if she was accidentally talking about the Bronson family child. She told him not to be so impatient, that she would tell him everything little by little. Then, with a smile, she began to tell that this is a very old story. Waldorf gave birth to a girl named Angelina Waldorf. And that's where the story ends, Chloe said, and extinguished her tobacco. Then she asked him if he had promised her that he would do it. He was a little surprised, and said that it was not easy to believe. But he didn't believe she was lying either. Then, after thinking, he shouted, "Okay, I promise I will do it." And he added that he hates traitors who do not keep their word. So he swears by his soul. But in return, I will receive everything the Waldorf family has. Bruxy told Chloe, "I have to do this to Claire, and I don't ask you to understand me." He said. Chloe told him to repeat the following words after her. "I swear that Claire Bronson will be safe." He told himself that he would do this, that he would take revenge on everyone who made him like this, and that he would no longer live in fear or hide from everyone. Time passed, and after Chloe's death, the hero became the head of the Waldorf family and changed his name to Brooks Lawrence. And thanks to his numerous feats, he was summoned to the imperial city of Solaris. Brooks had already been to the castle and, looking at the pen, he said that it was difficult to find such a high-quality item, since, as expected, high-quality items were used in the imperial palace. "I really like this, you can give it to me." "Brother Elvis," said the hero. Elvis was surprised. He did not expect to meet him. And he told Bruxy, "What are you doing here?" Then he said, "No, wait, what do you want?" Brooks told him, "My God, Brother Elvis is all you can say to your little brother, whom you haven't seen in 9 years. Then he said, with a smile, that he had come a long way to find him, and he shouldn't have recognized him because he changed his name. Elvis asked him if he was Brooks Lawrence, the owner of the Waldorf. The boy answered correctly, and he was disappointed because he thought his brother would recognize him right away. Brooks said that in any case he is alive, and he is here to meet his brother. It seems he hasn't forgotten your words, and he is very happy about it, and added that he doesn't need this fountain pen. It looks good, but it's garbage. Garbage whose only pretty wrapper is. Brother Elvis couldn't believe it, and he told himself he's back, Bruxy is back. A grand gala ball was held in the main hall of the imperial palace. As soon as Brooks Lawrence entered, everyone started whispering and saying, "Look, the head of the Waldorf family has arrived." And it was also said that this time he should receive the title of Archduke. He is very good at entrepreneurship. And they talked about how handsome and capable he is. A man approached him and told him why not cooperate with his family. His family has very good land. Brooks didn't listen to him. He only thought about how annoying it was. But suddenly, he saw a girl with long brown hair. And he told himself that this was the Claire Bronson Chloe was talking about. The hero looked at her and thought that these clothes didn't suit her well. She looks ragged, and he heard that she is engaged to Tom Reacher. But why is she wearing those clothes? Brooks began to observe Claire. And Tom, while he was holding her hand. And saying something nervously. The hero smiled and thought that it seemed Tom Reacher didn't want other men to look at her. He is definitely Chloe's relative. He told himself, but in any case. He thought he promised Chloe he would help her. Brooks felt he didn't need to get involved in Claire Bronson's business because she liked Tom. So he thought it would be fine. Since when she got married, she would have nothing to do with the Bronson family. But Claire told Brooks on the balcony, "Please marry me. But don't fall in love with me." And he said yes. It was a marriage of convenience. Without love, and both believed they didn't need love. So he wanted to give her a new identity with which she could live in peace. And thanks to which, she wouldn't be associated with the Bronson families. And Lawrence. Brooks thought this would be enough to fulfill his promise to Chloe. But the hero would really like it to be so. At a time when he should have strengthened his relationship with Richard. He should have been restrained. But he was so angry he couldn't stand it and. Besides Claire's wounds. She said there was nothing wrong with it. But for some reason, every time she hides her pain, Brooks starts getting angry. After all, the heroine looks very sad. But he doesn't want to see her sad face. He wants to protect her smile. The Marquis wondered when he had become so attracted to her. And said that he would have to to put aside all matters related to Bronson. The maid told Miss Samantha that Madame had ordered her to only eat a couple of spoonfuls of soup today. Since her fiancé has fainted. She must show that she has no appetite because of this. Samantha told the maid, "Okay. You can take everything away." Then she lay down on the floor. And began to cry about how long she had to do this. And also for some man she doesn't love at all. After all, she only managed to flirt with him a little. And he immediately fell head over heels in love with her. And even if her mother told her to be with him, she still doesn't need such a careless man. And heartless, Samantha sat down and said she would like to go back to air somewhere far away. And never return alone. But unfortunately, this will not happen. Suddenly, the nanny came running to her. And told her, "Miss Samantha, we are in trouble." The girl got scared and asked what happened. If her mother had really made a scene. The nanny said that was not the point. But that it was about postponing her engagement to Richard. Duke Richard sat in the garden as usual, taking care of his flowers, and asked the servant Tom if he went to Devil's Ridge again. The servant replied yes. That he lost his temper and went up to the mountain there. The Duke shook his head in disgust. And said that everyone in the family is suitable. And that only he always does something strange. He knew Tom wasn't good enough. But he appointed him his successor based on his swordsmanship skills. However, he broke off his engagement with the eldest daughter of the Bronson family. And then decided to get engaged to another girl. And then, without saying a word, he ran away to the Devil's Mountain range. "I'm not going to put up with this anymore," said Duke Reacher. Then he told the servant to tell the Bronson family that they were going to postpone the engagement. Subsequently, the Duke thought that Tom was not capable of holding this title, and that he was going to pass it on to his younger brother Michael. At that moment, Tom found himself on the Devil's Mountain, in the middle of a dense forest. It was raining heavily, and wolves began to surround him. "Damn it, they don't end," said Richard. He told himself that he should return to Claire as soon as possible. She must not know the true intentions of Brooks Lawrence. Tom took a defensive stance with his sword ready in case one of the wolves attacked him, thinking to himself that if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would have married her right there. After all, the true goal of Brooks Lawrence is to destroy the Bronson family. I won't let him kill Claire. Tom shouted furiously, whatever the cost. Even if he has to sacrifice his knight title. I will free Claire from the mortal control of Brooks Lawrence, he said and brandished his sword. Then he furiously shouted that he would do anything for her to love him again. Claire and Brooks were eating, and the hero told her with a smile that he wanted to go on a trip with his wife. The girl was very surprised and asked what kind of trip and where. Brooks replied that a lot has happened lately. They need a change of scenery and go to the suburbs. What do you think? He asked. She didn't know what to answer at first. Then she said that she didn't know that he had another wife besides her. And you have such a close relationship that you even went on a trip together, said the heroine. The Marquis laughed and said that he now only has one wife, and her name is Claire. And the girl said in surprise that she didn't know it was her. The heroine suddenly began to remember how she was married to Samantha in a past life. So she thinks she is not the only wife. Then she started thinking about how interesting he was, and Samantha in their marriage. And he was also very kind to her. But Brooks interrupted her thoughts and called her. He told her that he was asking about another wife and asked her if there were rumors that he had another woman in the capital. She thought she had exaggerated. So she thought too much of herself. And she told him yes. He had heard rumors that some beautiful blonde was seen in the capital every day. Brooks was surprised and said what kind of rumors were those? This guy was clearly not her type. The heroine asked if she wasn't his type. But what was her ideal type at the moment? She can say she started and said that her ideal type is a girl with long hair and brown. Claire smiled and asked what she meant by her. Not the most typical classic move. Marquise said she took a couple of days off anyway. And she wanted him to join him. And they would definitely have a good time. Then he told the heroine that if she doesn't like trains, don't worry, he'll think of something else. Only if he says so. Because your husband can do this for you, said the hero. She smiled at him and said, okay. Let's go on a trip. When they arrived at the station, and the heroine saw the train, she was simply stunned. She asked Brooks if this was his train. And he replied yes, and that the railway company belonged to him. So there would be no one else on the train except them. The Marquis looked at her, then offered her his hand. And told her, well, let's go. They were driving, and the girl looked out the window. And admired the views, and said what beautiful scenery. Brooks replied that he was glad if she liked it. Claire sat down and said that this was actually her first trip. Brooks was surprised by this and asked if it was true because he had heard that the Bronson family went to their country house every year. She replied yes, everyone went except her. She didn't want to disturb their family idol because without her, they were all very happy. And she never expected anything from them. So she didn't care. But now she realized that traveling is not so bad. The hero looked at her and said that it was probably because he was with her. The girl laughed and said, who knows? Maybe. Claire admired the Marquis and thought to herself that she shouldn't expect anything, that her feelings shouldn't change. She knows she shouldn't fall in love with Brooks Lawrence. But suddenly, he interrupted her thoughts. The hero touched her cheek. Then he ran his fingers through her hair and said that he was already looking forward to their trip together. The girl blushed and looked at him shyly and said that she was also looking forward to it. But she thought to herself that she couldn't force her heart to beat so fast. They arrived at a huge waterfall, and the heroine gasped in amazement. What a beauty! I am seeing a waterfall for the first time, Claire said. Brooks replied that he too. The hero said that when he came out into the world after a lonely life in the palace, a lot of work appeared. He visited many places while learning to manage a trading company. But unfortunately, he couldn't visit tourist spots. You were in charge of the affairs of a trading company. So it turns out that the roots of your wealth grow from there. The girl asked him. Brooks replied yes. The director of the trading company helped him and gave him the position of manager. Claire became interested and said that this was obviously a very large company. She could know. Brooks wanted to say something more. But suddenly, a heavy downpour started. The hero took the girl's hand and told her to run after me. The Marquis took her to a cave to wait for the rain to pass and gave the heroine his jacket. After a couple of hours, the sun finally came out. And the girl said, "Brooks, look. The rain has stopped." They left the cave and Claire said, "Thank God, otherwise I already thought it would rain for a long time." "Let's go, madam," said Brooks, and the girl asked if they were going home now. He smiled at her and told her no. "I will show you something more incredible." When they arrived at the place, it was already dark. And the hero took the girl to an incredible place where flowers grew in the middle of the lake. Claire opened her mouth in amazement and said, "My God, this is what you wanted to show me." Brooks told her that the lake reflecting the night sky is truly a beautiful sight. The sky cleared up after the rain, and it became even more beautiful. He turned to the heroine and asked her if she would like to dance a dance on the lake. The girl asked him in surprise if she should really dance on the water. He told her no. On the water, no. The Marquis extended his hand towards the lake. He conjured something, and a bright blue glow appeared. Then he took Claire's hands. He pulled her and told her with a smile that they would dance on the water. The heroine was surprised, looked at her feet, and said, "We are really floating on the lake. You did it with the help of magic." The girl asked him. He answered correctly, "With magic everything is possible." Then he said that he also prepared the music for the dance. And as soon as he snapped his fingers, wonderful music suddenly began to play. "Please, madam," he told Claire, and offered her his hand, inviting her to dance. And they danced almost all night, flitting over the lake and looking at each other. The next day, they boarded the train again and moved on. Claire and Brooks sat in the compartment looking out the window, telling each other funny stories. They also visited a large estate where they watched horses, deer, bulls, and other animals. Along the way, we ate different types of all kinds of delicious dishes and just fooled around. When they arrived home, Brooks handed her photographs taken during the trip. The heroine was greeted by her maid Mia and thanked her that her lover had brought her a gift. "I will keep it carefully," said Mia, and bowed to her lover. And Claire smiled back at her. Then she told her that she was very refreshed after the trip. It seemed the trip was a success. The heroine blushed a little. She touched her face and asked. And the maid asked her where she wanted to go next time. Claire said, with a smile, that she doesn't even know. She thinks she will like everywhere, because this was her first trip. But she is incredibly happy. Mia said she understood her and would relay it. But for now, let the lady rest. And if she suddenly needs anything, she will call her. The girl thanked the maid and started looking at the trip photographs. Then she told herself that she wanted to go on a trip again. But then she blushed and thought, "Well, I'll give it to you, I just returned from the trip. And I'm already thinking about a new one." Suddenly, a strong wind blew. She looked at the window and thought about the interesting moment when they managed to open the window. Then she approached the window and wondered why only this window was open. Maybe Mia forgot to close it. But suddenly, she saw that there was a strange note on the windowsill. The heroine took the note and wondered where it came from. The note said, "Brooks Lawrence will destroy the Bronson family and will come alone to the designated place." The girl was furious and began to think. Then she looked around. She wondered and started to wonder who the hell could have left this note.